Good morning. We're going to get started with an invocation by Pastor Rodney Fouts of North Church, and that will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Malia Felix and Dia Volkartson, representing Girl Scouts Troop 177. Please stand as you are able.
This morning I was reading in the book of Proverbs chapter 11. In my morning reading it says this: pride leads to disgrace, but humility comes with wisdom. Honesty guides good people. Dishonesty destroys treacherous people. Riches won't help on the day of judgment, but right living can save you from death. The godly are directed by honesty. The wicked fall beneath their load of sin. The upright citizens of a good city make it prosper, but the talk of the wicked tears it apart. Without wise leadership, a city falls. There is safety in having many advisors. Father, I just pray that you help us right now, all of us, mayor and the city council, men and women, to live our lives in honesty, in humility, and in wisdom. God, we need you. We cannot do these things without you. And so, God, we invite you into our lives each and every day. God, may this city be a place of safety and protection and that prospers and that is blessed. And Father, we just look to you right now because you're the hope, you're everything. And as your Son taught us how to pray, we end with this: Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. And give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republics for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, thank you, Pastor Fouts, and thank you, Malia and Dia. Great job. Charlie Christian Music Festival is honored because you bring music with you. So thank you. Thank you for doing that. And of course, I am joined here, you'll hear from her in a minute, but I want you to go ahead and know that I am joined here by Oklahoma Hall of Famer Anita Arnold, and that was just announced in the last week. So pretty cool deal, and certainly a very well-earned honor. But one of the reasons that she received that honor, of course, is Anita's long-running work on the Charlie Christian Music Festival, and we'd like to hear a little bit more about that. And so I would ask the clerk to read this proclamation.
Whereas the Black Liberated Arts Center, now in the 55th year, was organized to showcase African American culture, and it has offered the best in fine arts and arts education experiences to help develop the artistic talents and teaching abilities of Oklahomans. And whereas for 38 years, the Black Liberated Arts Center has produced the annual Charlie Christian International Music Festival in Oklahoma City for the education and enrichment of all. And whereas the 2024 Charlie Christian International Music Festival will be held May 31st through June 1st. And whereas the Black Liberated Arts Center will celebrate Charlie Christian's musical contributions to the world with a jam session, battle of the bands, and outdoor concerts. And whereas the Black Liberated Arts Center recognizes the contributions of many Oklahoma musicians to the field of music. And whereas music acts at the Charlie Christian International Music Festival will include many local, regional, and national bands. And whereas Charlie Christian attended Douglas High School and blossomed as a jazz artist in Oklahoma City's Deep Deuce District. And whereas Charlie Christian has been inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, the Nasuhi Ertegun Jazz Hall of Fame, and Oklahoma Hall of Fame. And whereas the City of Oklahoma City recognized Charlie Christian's contributions to music in 2007 when it officially changed the name of Byers Avenue in downtown Oklahoma City to Charlie Christian Avenue. And whereas the Black Liberated Arts Center has brought immeasurable recognition to Oklahoma City through the Charlie Christian International Music Festival and has established the festival as an international attraction for Oklahoma City. Now therefore, I, David Holt, Mayor of the City of Oklahoma City, do hereby proclaim May 31st through June 1st, 2024 to be Charlie Christian International Music Festival Week in Oklahoma City and encourage all citizens to take this opportunity to experience the musical artistry of the festival and commend the Black Liberated Arts Center for their service to this community.
Well, thank you. Well, always a fun time in Oklahoma City, and it would not happen without Hall of Famer Anita Arnold. I think I'm contractually obligated now to always reference you as such. So I would love to hear, we would all love to hear a few words from you, Anita.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be here with you today. I'd like to acknowledge my board president, Garland Pruitt, who's here, and board member, executive board member, Ezekiel Hill. We just call him Zeke. So they're with me here, but the festival is a lot of big fun. We will have good music. This is a two-step process we're taking. And we'll be back, hopefully, next year on the city park property somewhere in Oklahoma City. We'll say it like that. It's quite a process. But nevertheless, you are all invited to come out. And you can go to the website, charliechristian.com, and look and get all the information that you need, including ticket information, who some of the artists will be at the festival. It's usually a jolly good time.
Thank you, Anita. Let's hear it for Anita and the whole team that makes the festival happen. All right, why don't we have our friends from EMS come up? We are approaching National EMS Week, and we are so grateful for our team that is out there every day, literally answering the call. And so I would ask the clerk to read this proclamation so we can learn a little bit more.
Whereas National EMS Week is celebrated across the nation the week of May 19th through 25th, 2024. And whereas IMSA is Oklahoma's largest provider of pre-hospital emergency medical care, serving all Oklahoma City citizens since 1990. And whereas IMSA produces more than $111 million annually in economic impact to the Oklahoma City area. And whereas IMSA's total operations across Oklahoma make it the 12th largest EMS system in the United States. And whereas IMSA employs more than 350 emergency medical technicians, paramedics, and support staff in Oklahoma City. And whereas the men and women of IMSA reduce pain and suffering by providing superior and compassionate service to those in need. And whereas IMSA's highly trained emergency medical professionals answer the call to duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And whereas IMSA has a critical role in trauma system management, continuing healthcare provider education, community preparedness, and disaster and pandemic response initiatives. And whereas IMSA prioritizes cost efficiency, clinical quality, and technology utilization and development, serving as an example for other EMS systems. Now therefore, I, David Holt, Mayor of the City of Oklahoma City, do hereby proclaim May 19th through 25th, 2024 as EMS Week in Oklahoma City.
Thank you. Well, as stated here, and as I said a moment ago, we're so grateful for your service, and thank you for coming down this morning. We'd love to hear a few words from Jonna Easley, if you wouldn't mind. The floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for recognizing the extremely important and noble work that EMS professionals across the nation do. IMSA is extremely proud of the EMS system and our EMS partners. And we're extremely proud of the men and women that wear the IMSA uniform and choose to get up every day and serve the city of Oklahoma City and our citizens. So we're privileged to be part of this community and privileged to be Oklahoma City's EMS service.
Excellent. Well, let's hear it for our EMS team. Now, Anita Rudd. Come on down. Well, Anita, you are our Employee of the Month, and we'd like to learn a little bit more about you, so I would ask the clerk to read this resolution.
Whereas Anita Rudd has been a city employee for 25 years in the Administration Division of the Municipal Court Department. And whereas Anita Rudd is an administrative coordinator supporting the court department and the municipal judges. And whereas Anita Rudd voluntarily worked late to solve a purchasing card transaction issue, so an employee traveling on behalf of the city was not responsible for travel-related charges while they were out of town. And whereas Anita Rudd worked with a vendor to update juror payment files to ensure a timely payment prior to the new Oracle transition. And whereas Anita Rudd took it upon herself to make sure all staff have the latest information on a new United States Postal Service process she discovered that could have adversely affected municipal court processes and procedures. And whereas Anita Rudd never shies away from a challenge, consistently exceeds expectations, and has been the recipient of the department's Red Stapler Award in recognition of her hard work and commitment to excellence. And whereas this council desires to recognize Anita Rudd for her dedication, compassion, and commitment to the residents of the city of Oklahoma City. Now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and council of the city of Oklahoma City that they do hereby thank and commend Anita Rudd, May 2024, South Oklahoma City Kiwanis Club Employee of the Month.
Well, thank you. Now, this is a resolution, so we've actually got to pass this, Anita. So let's see if we can get a motion and a second to that effect. There we go. Cast your votes. I wish to vote aye. There we go. Passes unanimously. Well, Anita, thank you so much for your decades of service, and I think it's worth noting, pretty cool story that your son also works for the city of Oklahoma City and is here with us this morning. So we'd love to hear a few words from you, and it can be just a few. We had a little bit of a tussle over this before the meeting started, but.
Well, you spring it. I just appreciate the Kiwanis for recognizing our employees and for the people that nominate employees, because we all work really hard to try to provide a good service for the city. And I just thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Let's hear it for Anita. Anita. All right, remaining on the Office of the Mayor docket are some appointments. We have appointments to the Board of Adjustment, the Maps for Citizen Advisory Board, and the Maps for Innovation District Subcommittee. Items B, C, and D, we can take them with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, no items from council today. Item 5, city manager reports. Mr. City Manager?
Yes, we don't have any items on today other than claims and payroll, and that can be found at okc.gov.
Thank you. Item 6, Journal of Council Proceedings. We have items A and B we could take with one motion.
Is it on now? I'm sorry.
Oh, sure.
It's the technical. City manager, I think maybe during that last bit, there is an item that we need to defer.
Oh, we're not there yet.
We're not there yet? We're not there yet.
You're asking-
But we're getting there. Okay. Didn't want to miss it.
Next up.
Okay, thank you.
Right now, we're on the Journal of Council Proceedings. I think we have a live possibility for a motion here. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, now I believe we may be where you were interested in. Item 7, request for uncontested continuances. We have on the agenda already listed item 11AH, that'll be deferred to June 4th. Anything else, Mr. City Manager, before we call
Yes,
on? Council?
beginning on page 18, this will be an 18 going on to 19, item 11AF1, unsecured structures. All of these will be stricken from the agenda. Item A, 908 North Bradley Avenue. Item B, the owner is secured. Item B, 2900 Brownstone Road, the owner is secured. Item C, 2408 Cash in Place, the owner is secured. Item K, 1316 Northwest 9th Street, the owner is secured. Item L, 332 Southeast 17th Street, the owner is secured. Item P, 12617 Northeast 36th Street, the owner is secured. Item R, 2815 Northwest 41st Street, the owner is secured. And item V, 2736 Southwest 65th Street, the owner is secured. Continuing then on page 19, item 11AG1, all of these items will be stricken from the agenda for abandoned buildings. Item A, 908 North Bradley Avenue, the owner is secured. Item B, 2900 Brownstone Road, the owner is secured. Item H, 1316 Northwest 9th Street, the owner is secured. Item I, 332 Southeast 17th Street, the owner is secured. Item N, 12617 Northeast 36th Street, the owner is secured. Item P, 2815 Northwest 41st Street, the owner is secured. And item T, 2736 Southwest 65th Street, the owner is secured. And that's all the items that I have.
Okay, Councilman Cooper?
Hello. Yes, I'd like to request a deferral for item AE. It is the public hearing regarding dilapidated structure in the Historic Preservation Landmark District, item A there. I'd like to defer that until the June 4th meeting, please.
Okay. So basically, all of item AE.
That'd be correct, Mayor.
So we'll just include that in this, what is essentially a unanimous consent. Okay, all right. If there's nothing else, without objection, that will be the order. All right, item 8, revocable permits and events. 8A is a revocable permit with the Downtown Oklahoma City Partnership for Downtown Employee Appreciation Day on June 12th in Kerr Park. And we have Jennifer from DOKC.
Good morning, Mayor, City Manager, Council. Downtown Employee Appreciation Day is scheduled to be held on Wednesday, June 12th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. in the afternoon. This is an opportunity to highlight our downtown employees with some free activities and opportunity to engage with free services in downtown. This occurs in Kerr Park in partnership with the City of Oklahoma City and is put on and hosted by the Downtown Oklahoma City Partnership.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hammond.
Well, I know it's always a really wonderful event and always really creative things that you all do for folks, so I'm happy to move for approval.
A motion and a second. Cast your votes. Oh. Okay. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, item B is a revocable permit with the Perry Publishing and Broadcasting Company for the Juneteenth Art and Music Festival, June 14th and 15th in Booker T. Washington Park and Page Stadium. And we have Connor Neal, I don't know.
Good morning. I'm Connie Neal with Perry Publishing and Broadcasting. I believe this is our 17th year doing a Juneteenth Festival. This year we changed it. We're doing 2 days this year. Starting that Friday, June 14th, we're doing Jazz in the Sunset. Then that Saturday, we're doing the regular festival. Man, if you haven't had a chance to attend, come on out. It's one hell of an event. There's no other words than saying that, hey, come on out and check us out.
Thank you. This is Ward 7, Councilwoman Nice.
Well, I'm sure we can't wait to experience this hell of an event
Hey.
that's going to happen. So excited for you all and your event and for you having 2 days. So I will move for approval.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item 8C is a revocable right-of-way use permit with FMD Association, Inc. to hold the Farmers Market District Festival on June 2nd on Southwest 2nd. And we have William McAnally.
Good morning. On June 2nd, we're planning the Farmers Market District first annual festival. It'll be on June 2nd from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. We're going to have lecturers talking about various subjects such as native drought-resistant planting, beekeeping, composting. We're going to have over 100 vendors consisting of local farmers, artists, artisans. We'll also have musicians, food trucks. It's going to be a lot of activities for the family, activities for kids. The local restaurants and food trucks will be making dishes featuring items from local farmers, seasonal ingredients, highlighting them. So it's going to be really a celebration of local food and local food culture. So it should be a lot of fun. It'll be our first go at it, so please come. It should be a great event. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hammond?
Well, I know this probably takes a lot of work to pull off such a large event. I'm to understand you all are looking for volunteers right now?
We are looking for volunteers.
So I'm just putting that out there if
Thank
anyone's
you.
interested in helping out, because these types of festivals take a lot of work to plan and pull off. Excited to see this happening and happy to move for approval.
Thank you very much. And yes, if you do want to volunteer, you can find volunteer information on okcfarmersmarketdistrict.com, or social media is at OKC Farmers Market District.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Passed unanimously. Okay. Item 8D is a revocable right-of-way use permit with Red Coyote Running and Fitness to hold the Red Coyote Juneteenth on the East 5K run on June 14th, North Rhode Island Avenue. And we have...
John Osling.
I could not make sense of your handwriting. I'm sorry. Yes, please introduce
Good morning,
yourself.
Mr. Mayor, members of council. Apologies for my handwriting. Would like to, this is the third year for the Juneteenth on the East 5K, and we are very excited to once again work with JB and the With Love Project and the East Point Merchants to kick off Juneteenth on the East Festival over on the 23rd Street District. This race is a free community event, brings everyone together to celebrate Juneteenth. It actually has grown by registration to be our largest event of the 9 we put on throughout the course of the year. Like I said, it's a wonderful event. It's on Friday evening at 7 p.m. You can find information and register for free by visiting either the Juneteenth on the East 5K or redcoyoterunning.com. It has been brutally hot the last couple of years, so we will accept any influence you have on bringing down the temperature about 10 degrees. But we invite each and every one of you guys to join us, and everyone throughout the community to come together, celebrate fun and fitness, and kick off the Juneteenth weekend.
Thank you. Councilwoman Nice?
Well, I pray the weather gods will have mercy on us for this evening. And if you have not been, it is an amazing event. I have 2 medals to prove it, even though I was not a participant. But it was quite exciting to see everyone just enjoy the community in the spirit of enjoying what's around our community as well. So I challenge, maybe I shouldn't challenge y'all, but I challenge anyone to at least walk with me. Let's figure out if we can walk half of the 5K and see what happens. But I will happily move for approval.
All right. We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Thank you so much. Have a
Passes
great day.
unanimously. Thank you. Item 8E is a revocable right-of-way use permit with Love OKC to hold Juneteenth on the East on June 15th on Northeast 23rd. And we have J.B. Williams.
Good morning. I was trying to decide if we all should come up here.
Why not?
All right. This is our fourth year for doing Juneteenth on the East. And every year it continues to grow. It's always a great event. Just to give you an idea real quick of our mission, is to bring joy, education, creativity, and wellness to our community. We have kids events. We have a live mural, children's art, of course, local food vendors, local small business owners as well participate. We also do a community awards where we give out awards to community members who have done great things throughout the year. And so it's just something that we look forward to. It's probably the most stressful thing I do every year, but but we enjoy it. So yeah.
All right, Councilwoman Nice.
Oh, sorry. It's June 15th. We start at 3 p.m. and it goes until 9 p.m.
That was going to be my question. Also, do you all need volunteers?
Yeah, we always need volunteers. You can go to our website with loveokc.org for more information about volunteering. But yeah, we always need more and more volunteers each year. So.
All right. Well, I will say thank you all for being here together. It shows the unity and strength in numbers of supporting this type of effort for our community. I hope you all will, if you don't attend Friday, come enjoy Saturday. You will be impressed by all of the things that's happening within this part of our community, especially with the worker bees, because there's plenty of worker bees that are in the community wanting to do great things. And I applaud you all for the work that you all are doing to better our community. So look forward to celebrating Juneteenth with you all, and I will move for approval.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, we're going to recess the council meeting and convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority, where we have items A through G we could take with one motion. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn OCMFA and convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority. We do have a presentation here on item A. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, this is the development agreement for the new arena, and this outlines our agreement with PBC Sports and Entertainment for how we'll move forward together in a cooperative manner to construct the new arena. It does identify the site for the new arena as the site where the former Cox Convention Center was, currently leased with Prairie Surf Media. So that will be the site of the new arena. This does align with the letter of intent that was approved by the voters and by the council in September of 2023 before we called for the election for the sales tax. And it's based on the 2008 agreement that brought the Thunder here. In that 2008 development agreement, we had a partnership working together side by side, going through NBA reviews and approvals and working together in getting the project completed, getting the improvements made on the existing arena at that time. And this follows and is based upon that original agreement. There's some changes from there. Previously, if you recall, there was a practice facility that was incorporated. That's not included in this one. So some changes that are there, just refreshing the document, but moving forward with the partnership that we've had before and the long partnership that we've had with the team as we've moved forward with improvements to the arena, including the MAPS 4 improvements. This does include approvals for the team similar to 2008 on the A&E firm, selection of A&E firm, the construction manager, the designs for the arena, but also on an owner's representative. With our projects before, like with MAPS, we've had what we call the program consultant. This identifies as an owner's representative, representing us and working with us through the design process, through the construction, but also working with us side by side through the process with the NBA approval process and review process. And so we will have the owner's rep. We've actually got an RFQ that's out, and we're going through the selection process now to select that owner's representative. It acknowledges the projects will be completed for the benefit of the residents of Oklahoma City and in accordance with our sales tax ordinance. The city will be the owner of the facility and have ultimate responsibility for maintenance of the facility once it's completed. The team is allowed to depreciate certain assets within the new arena that are equal to the value of their contribution for the facility, but all of the assets of the facility still remain with the facility here in the city and with the ownership of the city. It allows the team to negotiate for any property on the Cox site, the current Cox site, any property that's in excess of what is needed for parking garage, for the arena, and what we'll talk about what's reserved for a transit hub, any additional property that's available for private development, the team can negotiate with us for a ground lease at market rate for that property so that they can do private development around the arena that's complementary to the arena, but it also provides that any revenue that we receive from the lease, the ground lease on that property, would go back into a capital improvement fund for the benefit of the arena to help us maintain the arena long term. It does provide, as I mentioned, a transit hub, a portion of land a little less than 1.4 acres that would be available for a transit hub that would have access onto Gaylord, but it would also be near the Santa Fe rail station, so that as we get regional transit into the area through the rail, and then with bus rapid transit services, to be able to bring that to the side of the arena. And so it reserves that space. It doesn't identify the exact location, but gives the general location and approximately 1.4 acres. The source of funds, as was defined in the letter of intent, the available funding for the project is $78 million from MAPS 4. The letter of intent actually called out $70 million. We've been able to hold back funding as we've working on getting projects completed in the new arena. We believe we'll have $78 million from MAPS 4 that can go to the new arena. The council's approved that in the change in the implementation plan. The team's contribution of $50 million, and the funds would come in this order also. We'd have the $78 million from MAPS that would be either spent or would be obligated for the project. The team's $50 million that would be spent or obligated for the project. And then the additional funding from the city that would be a minimum of $772 million in financing that would be secured from the special sales tax approved by the voters. It does acknowledge as well that the $78 million from MAPS 4 funds, as well as the financing secured from the special sales tax, are the only public funds that are available for the project. There are requirements that are added for the team's contribution to go in. I mentioned before that the $78 million from MAPS 4 would be obligated or expended. The council will have authorized the financing for the project, and that's already been authorized, been approved. The new arena transaction documents being the use license agreement, which is effectively their lease for the use of the building, and then also the food and beverage agreement are approved. And then the construction schedule that's approved within the process would indicate that there's a need for the team's funding to keep the project moving forward. In the new arena construction, it identifies the completion of the new arena to be a first-class and state-of-the-art NBA facility that will incorporate best practices in the design and construction of recent NBA facilities. The parties also recognize that a state-of-the-art facility will benefit the residents of Oklahoma City. It'll have to adhere to the purpose of the ordinance. It will be limited to the available funding that we have in the project that we've defined, and it'll provide for an NBA-approved arena that enhances the sustainability of the team in Oklahoma City. It identifies two primary guiding principles along with these other principles of constructing the arena, of meeting the NBA requirements, but also having improvements in the project or in the arena that help to maximize team revenues. It does provide a process within the development agreement for NBA review and approval of various parts of the process in the design and as we go through construction of the arena. It defines a collaborative process. This really is formalizing a process that we've used as we work with the team on any kind of improvements that we've made to the arena, whether it was in 2008 when they first came or with MAPS 4. Process working together, it creates a more formal process with a development committee with representatives from the team as well as representatives from the city that will be reviewing and approving parts of the project with the budget, with contracts, with selection of A&E firms and all before we bring those to the council. It does define 3 dates within the document. If you remember in the letter of intent, there was a scheduled completion date that we would complete the project no later than the summer of 2029, which would be available for the 29-30 season. So it'd be no later than that timeline. As we've worked with the team, we've agreed to set a target schedule that's a more aggressive schedule that would try to get the team into the arena and get the arena completed for our residents at an earlier date, being June of 2028. And then there's an outside completion date, which is like a deadline to get the project completed no later than June of 2030. So it's June of 2029 is the scheduled completion. The target completion is June of 2028. And then the outside completion is June of 2030. It does provide for termination rights for the team. If we cease construction on the project for more than 30 days without an agreement with the team, they would have the right to be able to terminate. But also, if the city fails to meet that outside completion date that we defined of 2030, the team would have the ability to terminate the agreement. Cost overruns and value engineering are discussed in this. We've had quite a bit of discussion on this previously when we were talking about the vote. If it's determined the cost will exceed the new arena project budget, the parties agree to work together to value engineer so that we can ensure the project is back within the budget. So we'll value engineer parts or design parts of the project out of the design in order to be able to keep it within the project budget. The team does have the option, if they choose, if we can't get a part of the project value engineered within the budget, they do have the ability to finance that part of the project to be able to keep the project moving forward. And then after plans are completed, if the team makes any requested improvements that are over the project budget, the team agrees that if we can't engineer those into the project budget, that they would pay for those parts of the project. And then finally, excess funds from the project. So we'll have the funds that are going in from the $78 million from MAPS, from the $50 million that we'll have from the team's contribution, and then the funding from the financing secured by the sales tax. If we complete the project, we finish paying off the financing, if there's excess funds, those funds will have to be put into a capital improvement fund if it's for the purpose of capital improvements in the building, for capital maintenance and capital improvements to the building. And so that's the development agreement that we have before you today between the City of Oklahoma City, the Public Property Authority, and the PBC Sports and Entertainment. So be happy to take any questions or hear any comments.
If there's no questions or comments from the council, there is a resident who signed up to speak, Steve Hunt.
Hello, Steve Hunt, 6300 Westbrook. Myself and others had come to speak today on the item, the jail item that's listed further down, and then I saw this item and thought, since Clay Bennett, one of the owners of the Thunder, is the guy primarily driving the jail issues, that it would be, probably a good idea to speak about this. There was a lot said there. One thing that really stood out to me is that the $78 million from MAPS 4 is being diverted to this project. I don't know if you recall, Mayor Holt, many people had discussed doing similarly when COVID hit, taking some of that MAPS money and using it to buy, things to help with that. And you said none of these projects can be changed. So I think it's interesting, the privileges that this ownership gets, and they get to do things that we don't. Really concerned about the site location. I know what I say won't matter. Hans Bucher, the designer of the Murrah Memorial, said it's absolutely ridiculous to put an arena in the middle of a city like that because it's horrible for development. I spoke with the individual who developed the Dallas Mavericks arena. They built it right outside downtown because that allows you to build a good core infrastructure downtown, apartments, stores, things like that, and then have your arena outside. So we have this big dead zone right in the middle of the city, which is completely ridiculous. I mentioned that Clay Bennett, one of the Thunder owners, is the primary person behind what's happening with the jail. 5 years ago, he started CJAC as a way to extract wealth. A poor person of color on the east side is worth nothing to him. Lock them up, they're worth $40,000, $50,000 a year through phone card contracts, food contracts, turnkey medical contracts, which is nothing but a wealth extraction tool, which leads me to something that I found recently. If you go to the county clerk page, Clay Bennett has been taking massive loans, leveraging the basketball team. For whatever reason, he's taking these loans, I don't know. But I believe something sinister is going on with that. Professional Basketball Club LLC is listed with JP Morgan Chase and several others for the loans he's been taking out. And I'm concerned that maybe those loans aren't going so well, which is why we need a new arena, we need a new jail, we need all these contracts. Todd, one of your
30
Whiskey Friday
seconds remaining.
guys told me before the arena thing happened that Clay intends to sell the team after the arena is here because the team will be worth $3 billion rather than 1.8. So basically, I'd like for someone to look into these loans he's taking against the team because it's kind of worrisome to me. And thanks.
All right, no other residents have signed up to speak. Are there any other comments or questions?
Yes, I have a couple. I thought we may have had more, so I was just wanting to hear from our residents that did sign up. I know we've been talking about this community benefits agreement, so I'm curious to know, in regards to this development agreement, what pieces of the community benefits agreement will be incorporated into the development agreement, specifically pertaining to the construction of this new facility, because I know for a few of us that was the aim and the goal was to ensure that we had our community at the table for being able to construct this building and for our community, again, to benefit for their families and not have outside contractors that would be building this particular facility if we have the strength and the ways that we can incorporate local into this facility. So that's my first question. And it was a lot of information to take in last week when this was presented to us. So I'm very curious as to why none of that language has been at least incorporated or mentioned for us to talk about and ensure in written language that this will be a commitment for us to look at.
Yeah. So the community benefits agreement, the resolution regarding community benefits agreement really called for focus on the operator of the arena. The specific language in the resolution called for focus on the operator. So we've got the community benefits group, or it's a labor peace agreement working group that is looking at that. There's a couple of other requirements that are in there that will tie back into the operator agreement. So that would be incorporated with the operator agreement in relation to how we do the outreach for, or how the operator does the outreach for hiring, and then making sure there's a certain level of wages that are comparable to city wages. And so that would be with the operator into the operator agreement and not specific to the development agreement. There was some conversation, though it wasn't in the resolution, about trying to get apprenticeships within the construction. And it's certainly something that we want to keep an eye on when we do the construction contract. Ultimately, was encouraging that with our contractor, but I think it's something that we incorporate, not necessarily it was specifically required within the resolution, but something that we want to talk with the contractor about of what we can do to encourage apprenticeships.
Well, I think that's the difficulty of what we're doing, because we're not being, in my opinion, intentional about how we incorporate our city apprenticeships, jobs, opportunities, not just with the labor of management and people who already work at the facility, but being able to add new people to the table for something that we're bringing to our city. So that was, I guess I'm confused. I understand everything you're saying, but I guess I'm confused because I know that was a part of the conversation for quite a few of us, to ensure that we had contractors at the table that were a part of our community and our city that would be able to be a part of what this is bringing to our city as well. So that's fine. My second question, now we know for sure that Prairie Surf will have to leave. Are we being intentional about assisting them with finding a new place to land?
We have had conversations. I know the Alliance and the Chamber of Commerce have been working with them to try to find a location. And I know they're working on that as well, of looking at a new location of where they would be.
I would like for us to bring that forward to our city. I just think that's very important, in my opinion, for a project that we brought forward, such as them being in this building and producing and doing all of the great work that they've done as far as a production studio. Because again, here we are now. They were able to employ so many people, and we're going to lose that house, if you will, or facility or location that these particular people were able to work. So I am concerned about that for residents and community members to no longer have. Right now, once they leave, it'll be a job until they're able to find a new place to have, this production company. So that's another concern for me. And my third question is, as far as our other projects that we have for MAPS projects, I'm concerned about the timeline. You gave this timeline because it's a very aggressive timeline for this arena to be built, whereas we still have quite a few very important projects that are important to our community and our city that I want to hear that those projects will not be deferred or the timeline will not be extended because of this project.
Our commitment is to continue on that path of maintaining that schedule that we have on MAPS 4 in addition to this. We've looked at it as we bring our owner's representative on and they're looking at the project with us. We want to select someone who's built an arena before that can help us identify the needs that we have internally, if we need additional staffing to help manage that. The MAPS project, the MAPS office is going to manage the project for us, but we're committed to staying with the MAPS 4 schedule and timeline and keeping that moving.
Thank you for the update. And had it not been for Councilwoman Nice's questions, I would not be speaking right now on the community benefits agreement. But since Councilwoman Nice has asked about it, I would like to provide a brief update for the council and for anyone watching and some clarification on the community benefits agreement. And I haven't had a chance, especially Todd and I were, Councilman Stone and I were very interested in the construction job component of it. But for those of you who remember the community benefits agreement discussion for clarification back in September, it was 3 items, right? One was to ensure, as City Manager Freeman says, and by the way, we based this off of the Milwaukee Bucks, you'll recall. The Bucks operate their agreement. I'm so sorry. Thank you. The Milwaukee Bucks operate their arena, right? And the agreement they entered into with the city of Milwaukee to pass that arena there was to say 3 things. One, to City Manager Freeman's point, the workers within the arena, so not the construction. Their community benefits agreement, which was historic, is historic, which the MBA, I can't stress enough, signed off on. It is important you understand that buy-in. But the 3 things were, number 1, comparable wages, so $15 an hour, the people inside the arena. So it's not the construction of, it's the workers within, so hospitality, landscaping, lighting, anything associated with the concerts and, the interior, right? Number 2, this idea then that you would create a workforce intermediary, a hiring hall, responsible for going out to communities within Milwaukee, historically disadvantaged, underemployed, and unemployed. So in other words, with the highest of those sorts of rates, right? The city, through the Bucks, would go out and be intentional, to use Councilwoman Nice's word, intentional about the recruiting of those workers, right? With that was an apprenticeship program, right? The idea is that you have these workers, but you're also giving them an apprenticeship. So you saw Kaya Fletcher, for instance, earlier here, who owns Kindred Spirits, works at Metro Tech. The idea would be that you would pair workers within the arena with someone like Kaya, someone who has a culinary arts background, so that as they're working in the arena, they're actually getting those skills, and then they could take those or transferable skills. That's just an example, right? So you have that workforce intermediary, and then thirdly, as City Manager Freeman noted, is a labor peace agreement. And this was the idea that historically, big businesses, should a company want to unionize, a big business will hire a consultant to conduct a negative campaign to keep them from creating a union, right? So what the Milwaukee Bucks, who operate their arena, agreed to with the peace agreement was say, we won't do that. We will just let the workers figure out for themselves whether or not they want to create a union. It was hands off, right? That's an important, all three things work together, because then those unionized workers, they receive training to go out to do the job recruiting. Do you follow what I'm saying there? These are not separate from each other, those three components, right? That's what our agreement built off of, was what they did in Milwaukee. So it didn't involve construction, but Councilman Stone and I are very interested in that construction piece, as you heard from Councilwoman Nice. If I might, I want to say something that I have not said. I don't know why people are groaning. I'm so sorry. I actually care about working people, and I'd like to read something I've learned statistically about the working class in Oklahoma, if I might. Thank you, Councilwoman, and thank you for those. I'm obsessed with this, and this is really going to affect the South Side council members. So this is data that I have learned participating on the working group. So this is data from the Greater Oklahoma City Chamber of Commerce. Oklahoma City's population continues to see rapid growth, with a population of 697,000, I believe, as the mayor posted, it's gone over 700 now. And overall, OKC Metro population is above 1.2 million, making us the nation's 20th largest city. Additionally, the OKC Metro was one of only 14 cities nationally that grew over 100,000 in the last census. The OKC Metro outpaced many communities by adding approximately 280,000 people between the last 10 years. This exponential growth has accentuated the economic gaps between OKC's core and the surrounding bedroom communities. For example, Oklahoma County's median household income is $49,987. Again, Oklahoma County's median household income is $49,987, as compared to OKC's median household income of $59,000. This also stands in contrast to the median household income from Oklahoma City, which is $38,000. Do you understand what I just said to you? Oklahoma City's median household income is $38,000, whereas Oklahoma County's median household income is $49,000, right? These opportunities for economic mobility initiatives are also reflected in the socioeconomics of Oklahoma City's public school system, which is our state's largest with over 29,000 students, where college going is well below the national norms, with under 30% of OKCPS graduates attending college after graduation. So most of your graduates from OKC public schools are not going to college. I need you to understand that. Among OKCP students, 91% qualify as being economically disadvantaged. Only 14% of Oklahoma County is dependent on food assistance, right? And that's the highest of counties in the OKC metro area. The greatest concentration of lower income occupations are those working in hospitality, retail, and entertainment. So that's what the jobs we're talking about in the community benefits agreement. I just want to say that one more time. The greatest concentration of lower income occupation is those working in hospitality, retail, and entertainment, which employs just over 21% of the OKC workforce. And their combined annual wage is only $27,000 a year. That's how much they're making, right? Oklahoma City's unemployment and labor participation numbers seem to point toward opportunities for expanding our city's talent base and creating deeper prosperity. Of Oklahoma City metropolitan area, residents between the ages of 16 and 64 participating in the labor market, only 3% are unemployed, but we only have 63% of the eligible population seeking employment. I want to say that one more time. Sigh all you want, I'm so sorry. Again, as a middle school teacher who taught at a Title I school, where our kids have free and reduced lunches, and they're now graduating high school and going to college. Like, these are my kids, and I'm gonna make sure everyone understands the statistics facing them. So one more time, only 63% of people who live in Oklahoma City and in the county who are workforce eligible are participating in our workforce. I created the community benefits agreement to make sure that that 37% of our people, our neighbors, our friends, our families, our children, that we are intentional about connecting to them to jobs in the arena. That is what the community benefits agreement does. For too long, at least 37% of our people are disconnected from skills, they are disconnected from education, they are disconnected from home ownership. That's the problem facing and haunting the city. And then you want to connect the dots to the jail. Those of you who are sighing right now, those are the kids who end up in the jail. Those are the people who are in that jail. Southside, and I can't wait, I've been waiting to say this with Matt and Todd. I have some bad news, but some good news. The highest segment is in southeast and southwest Oklahoma City. That's the highest segment. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Peck, yes, you as well, thank you. And who are the most compromised of these populations? Who makes up that 37%? Veterans, the disabled, justice-involved individuals, and those who have left the workforce to care for their children or the elderly. Our community benefits agreement must work to be intentional about doing outreach to those specific communities, the 37% of Oklahoma City and Oklahoma County residents that for too long local government, state government, and federal government has left behind, and they find themselves incarcerated in a cycle of poverty and crime, often acting out of desperation. That is what I am here to tell you today. So I'm really glad you mentioned the community benefits agreement, Councilwoman Nice, because we are making progress on that. These are the sorts of statistics that our group is studying. Again, this is from the chamber, so this isn't from the Communist Manifesto. This is actually, this is real data that we've got that we can be intentional about. So what we're gonna have to figure out with the community benefits agreement is creating that working group, taking that data to make sure that we are creating a workforce intermediary that is intentional about going out to doing the job recruiting. But what the ARENA agreement did not do is it did not include construction, because the Milwaukee one didn't. But Councilman Stone and I and Councilwoman Nice, I would love to figure out how to take the model from the community benefits agreement that says apprenticeship and connecting people to ARENA jobs. Can we do that for the construction jobs? And as Craig has also, City Manager Freeman has also heard me say, I'm not just interested in ARENA jobs and construction jobs, I am interested in using this model to connect people to City of OKC jobs, because we're short, and to private sector jobs, mental health, et cetera. So what the good news is, and Craig, correct me if I'm wrong, we're now aware that there are these gaps. We have too many workforce provider programs that are disconnected from each other. They're not rowing together. They're not rowing together. So this is gonna be an opportunity to bring different workforce intermediaries together in our city to figure out how can we work together to better connect the sort of people who are in those demographics I just named to you. How can we work to better connect them to skills and employment? I'll conclude by saying this. For all of my 20s and my 30s, I was a server or an adjunct professor making $20-something thousand a year. These are my people, and I'm in this seat, and I am their voice now. And I am going to make sure, because traditionally people who make those incomes do not serve at this level of government. So this 37% have my full attention right now. So whatever we can do, the arena, I believe, will open in about 4 or 5 years. Within the next 3, what are we gonna do about connecting these folks to construction and being intentional to those jobs? But thank you for listening, those of you who were nodding in approval. I really appreciate that. That means a lot to me. And that means a lot to the working class of this city, who are our people.
I think thank you for those comments, and to the point of everything you said is why the language should have been intentional here. And also to the point of, we don't have the same deal Milwaukee got. We didn't get it. So therefore, we had a clean slate to do all of the different things to make it more beneficial to our residents. And unfortunately, this development agreement doesn't say that. So it's difficult, you know, I know we're being intentional about working there, but we should have been intentional about who's gonna help us construct it too, which means our minority communities, which means those who are in apprenticeship programs at our Metro Techs and our Francis Tuttles, which means all of the young people that are a part of Youth Build of Oklahoma in those organizations in ways that our community could have really had some say-so in how we could do better if this is what we were going to do. So those are my concerns about where we are.
City Manager Freeman, and again, I know, and I don't want to put words in Councilman Stone's mouth, I believe these were conversations we had about construction. What can we do, if not in this agreement, though I'm with Councilwoman Nice, I would have liked to have seen that language there. What can we do to be very, very intentional? You already have labor sitting at the table with us, as you know, in the working group, both representing South and North Side. What can we do to, because you remember the Black Chamber? During the arena election, there was very intentional outreach to the Black Chamber, the Asian District Chamber, about how do we make sure that the construction folk in those communities benefit from this. But you know, what can we be doing to be intentional, I guess?
Yeah, I think as we work with our construction managers, we move forward the project, working with them on what they can do, because I know the construction industry wants to encourage apprenticeships as well, because they want to grow those various aspects of construction, and they have challenges with staffing as well. But I think working with them with programs that they have that are available now, we've got to try to balance it with making sure that we're building this within the budget that we have, and don't want to do things that increase our budget or the cost on the project, but working with the construction manager to see what programs they have that they carry forward, and what we can do to make sure that we incorporate that, and make sure we're trying to incorporate as many local residents as we can.
Is it possible, I appreciate that, is it possible that over the course of that process, we could sit with Metro Tech, Labor, OKCPS, who's working on some construction stuff, just so we can kind of figure out like how, again, we can be intentional about that?
Sure, we can look to see what other options we have for being able to incorporate some of them in it, but I think getting our construction manager on board when we get to that point, and working with them to find out what programs they have that they can incorporate and work with these, you know, and connect them then with these other entities, I think will be valuable to us.
That'd be great. And I did forget to include, I would like to hear from, for instance, Joanna Davis at the Black Chamber. I'd like to hear from her and just different leaders of these different chambers to hear like what's keeping people from getting hired. I just think that that's important. People supported this arena because they thought they were going to have a seat at that construction table. And I'd like to make sure that Southside, who's experiencing these statistics, in the Northeast side, they need to hear from this horseshoe why, if they're not going to be the ones building this arena, having those apprenticeships, why that is. And I just think they should be. So, thank you.
I gotta add that with all the construction going on in Oklahoma City right now, if you can show up for work and aren't addled by addiction, you're hired for $20, $25 an hour. It's everywhere. And part of the problem with the projects that the city has fallen short on is labor. I mean, the construction companies that we've hired to do our projects are getting outbid by the Okana people, the Oak people, because out-of-state construction companies hiring local people to build our buildings, but they're paying a whole lot more. So the lack of in construction, the lack is the labor. It's not the lack of jobs.
Well, no, and I'm glad you lingered on that, because I want to go back to that page I just read. That's a really good point, Councilman Hinkle. The people who might be suffering through the addiction and these different things, we have to be, that's the intentional part. Not only we have to be intentional about the outreach to those folk, we have to be intentional about connecting them to these recovery and reentry programs, which already exist. We just have to be very intentional at the front end of recruiting folk, going out and meeting them where they are to be like, hey, how can I get you on a path of sustainability, of stability, so that you're working those jobs? So no, you're right, the jobs are there, but for too often, too many people are just not looking, they're disconnected. That's that 37%. And that's the stuff we're gonna have to dig down deeper than I think the city ever has before. But you have a good point.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on item A? If not, I presume we'll want to do this probably separately, although the other item is just claims and payroll, but nonetheless, why don't we?
And I failed to mention also, this item is also in the council docket on the consent docket.
Right, 'cause
Is item BD in the consent docket.
Both PPA and the
That's
city are
correct,
agreeing
yes.
to it.
Yes, I forgot to mention that.
Okay. All right, then we could take a motion on item A. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes 7-2. And then we also have claims and payroll. We could take a motion on that. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes on item B. Councilman Stonecipher, have you voted? There we go. Passes unanimously. All right, we'll adjourn OCPPA and reconvene as the City Council. We're on page 3 of your printed agenda, item 9, the consent docket. And there are no scheduled presentations on the consent docket. Is there anything that anyone wishes to pull out for separate vote or separate comment?
Yes, I'd like to, excuse me, I'd like to vote separately on item F, item BD, and item BL.
Okay, F is in Frank, B, D. Okay, and what was the last one, sorry?
BL. And then I'd like to just hear more, currently just hear more about item AF and item BJ.
AF and BJ, okay. Anything else? All right, if not, we'll just kind of, I think, take them in order, I guess, which means a separate vote first on item F. F is in Frank. I have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes 6-2. And then, Councilwoman Hammond, you wanted to speak to item AF.
Yes, is there someone available? There, I see Mark. Yeah, if you could come up and speak to this item, and then I just have a few questions.
Good morning. My name is Mark Gillette. I'm the Executive Director at the Oklahoma City Housing Authority. The offices are at 1700 Northeast 4th Street. The item before you today is to request the mayor's concurrence with an application that the Oklahoma City Housing Authority will be submitting to HUD for the demolition of 3 units and the disposition of 20 additional units. That represents less than 0.5% of the scattered site housing that the Oklahoma City Housing Authority owns. We are exploring this option to ensure that affordable housing in Oklahoma City is well-maintained, well-managed, and we look to utilize other individuals, other owners in Oklahoma City to help us do that. In this scenario, there are 18 vacant homes. There are 3 homes that experienced incredible fire damage. And then there are 2 homes that are currently occupied. The important part to remember about the 2 occupied units is that when those are sold, the purchaser must grant the ability to remain in the house to those persons that live there. And then they must also, for an incredibly long, extended period of time, 20, 30 years, agree to keep that property as affordable to all individuals. The other important thing to remember is that for all of those homes, the vacant homes and the ones that will become lots, is that the Oklahoma City Housing Authority will receive 1 additional each Section 8 voucher, and so there is no reduction in the true number of affordable housing available to citizens of Oklahoma City.
So I hear you saying that the unit itself would have to stay affordable for a certain period of time. I'm curious, for the ones that are occupied, has there been any conversation about working with the current occupant to be the purchaser, to develop some partnership with lending agencies, or even like through our city planning CDBG funds to help maybe with like down payment assistance or any sorts of other avenues to ownership of the place that they've been living?
Yes, so each of the residents of a scattered site property have been advised of the fact that these homes were being sold. In the case of the 2 where someone is living in those units now, staff met with them, discussed all of their options, ensured they understood that they did not have to move from that property, ensured they understood that they do have the right of purchase when we get to that step, if they are so interested. And then our resident council, that group that supports the entire resident body, met with staff and discussed the disposition and demolition of these 23 homes. And they also voted to concur with the application to HUD. And then they were also notified that residents do have the opportunity to purchase those homes as the general public when it comes to that point.
And are there any sort of guidelines written into the sale that, again, like maybe working with like city planning or other entities that are dedicated? I think one of my concerns is that what I often hear from people in the realtor space right now is that the entities that have sort of the ability, often even just being competitive with like someone who has pretty quick access to, you know, a home loan or something, there's a lot of entities that can just put cash down, and that my worry is that we see plenty of cases every council meeting that come across our agenda that are LLCs and these sort of faceless entities that are owning homes, and I have quite a bit of them, and I know of one in particular that seems to be sort of abuse this, that they don't keep them up well. And so my worry is that it doesn't sound to me like there's many sort of guidelines to say the requirements of sale for the ones that aren't occupied currently, or if they need to be demolished and be sold as lots, that there's any sort of intention to be working with like Chris and the staff in the planning department that have these other programs for keeping, homes, especially for purchase, affordable, that they are, they're going to end up in the hands of folks who are are going to be, you know, again, like we're just going to be exacerbating sort of the affordable housing problem. And, you know, I'm not against multifamily housing. I live in I think there's a lot of benefits to it, but I think I am a little bit concerned about like sort of again, like there's getting the voucher sort of in exchange for selling the home doesn't feel terribly equitable, if that makes sense. That it's like, okay, we're gonna sell off this home for like a one-time, you know, thing, and then maybe we're giving someone a voucher to live somewhere that you all don't have control over. And that, again, I hear quite often folks that, you know, the housing that people have access to with vouchers is not usually very great. Like the options are very limited about who will take vouchers, and that often means living in places that, again, the property management is not keeping things up. And so I guess I'm wanting to hear how sort of some more background about efforts to keep these units affordable for people who are, you know, could own them, but also, you know, just balancing that. Yeah, it's like once these are gone from your inventory, they're gone. And again, who they go to feels very. It feels like the public has an interest in that, given that we don't often have control or to say in who gets to buy property. But in this case, we do, and it feels like it's an opportunity to take advantage of these partnerships with CDBG and other HUD sources to help get these in the hands of residents that need access to affordable home ownership.
So I think it's important to remember that today we're just asking for concurrence to submit an application so that the Housing Authority may eventually sell. So we're a couple of steps, we're a couple of steps away from the actual sale of the property. So one of the theories involved in the sale of scattered site units around a city goes back to some of what you all have been talking about this morning, the difficulty with hiring staff, the difficulty to maintain that property, the difficulty to manage that property. And so the theory lives in the fact that perhaps you can share that management, that maintenance with other organizations around town. Maybe it's at that property, maybe it's at a different property. But nonprofits that are interested in affordable housing, that are interested in accepting a Section 8 voucher for the rent, that's part of the theory behind organizing the management and the maintenance of the property to be more stable. The other thing you talked about was how do we ensure that the property is in good condition? Remember that all Section 8 voucher homes must be inspected for housing quality standards. We often get calls from your chief of staff asking us to look at units. We go out and do that. So we do a good job of maintaining the properties that have a Section 8 voucher in it. And I would say the same thing for the Oklahoma Housing Finance Agency that inspects and maintains the properties that are in Oklahoma City. It's a theory of partnership. It's a theory of management. It's a theory of being the most effective and efficient with the limited funds that we have in order to promote affordable housing in a better way as we've gone through transitions in society in the last 10, 20 years.
So if this is just to submit the application to HUD, would something else come before us again when in the sort of actual, like this is how we're executing the sale of these properties?
So when we change a large majority of houses like this, then yes, there is retouch with the council to begin that process. So if HUD approves, if you approve the mayor signing the letter concurring to the request for the disposition, then yes, there is that next step when you come back and begin the process of the.
So is there an opportunity within that process and that next step to have more conversation with our city planning, with even Oakmar, the Realtors Association? Because I know speaking with some of their membership, I imagine there are realtors within that group that are very intentional about working with working people who have these very modest incomes that cannot often compete with these entities that kind of gobble up homes and then unfortunately kind of let them deteriorate in our neighborhoods. Like, is there an opportunity to do that in that time frame?
Yes, there is that opportunity. We've started that process with city planning now. We do have a relationship with Oakmar, especially through the Key to Home program, as we look for properties for rent.
Well, I'd be very interested in being involved in some of those conversations because while I hear what you're saying, that HUD has to inspect properties when they're getting a housing choice voucher, I don't know if I could tell you how many stories I have had of the conditions that that get approved through those inspections. And sometimes it is literally because there is literally no place else for that person to go, and a case manager and that individual are often advocating to get a passing grade, essentially, because it is their only choice. And so they accept living in less than ideal conditions because they don't feel like they have other options. So again, my worry of sort of the with our voucher system is again sort of like what options people have, and because people can essentially discriminate against people who have a voucher and not accept them. The people who do, I think sometimes with very good intentions, don't always have the resources to keep buildings up. And then sometimes I think it is probably more predatory, but even accepting the best of intentions, there's a worry for me about balancing that with relinquishing. And I hear what you're saying about property maintenance is a big job, and when you have all these scattered sites, it's a lot of work. But I don't want us to just sort of not think through some of these partnerships and some of the opportunities to ensure that these properties can stay, cannot exacerbate sort of the problems that we're seeing in the community. So I'll work with staff to get a meeting set up with some of those entities to see what we can be doing. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I have a couple questions. As far as those occupied properties, were they offered the self-sufficiency program?
The case management staff through the resident services program that we have at the Housing Authority do work with all of our residents. We notify them of the option, and then they can join if they want. We don't mandate.
Were these residents notified of the self-sufficiency program at Northeast 13th and Northeast 12th?
They have received general information about the availability of the self-sufficiency program.
Thank you. I'm going to go with a no. My other question, as far as vacant properties, why are these properties vacant in the first place?
So sorry, I was distracted. They are vacant because we have not had enough maintenance staff to maintain them at an appropriate level. And so we target the maintenance towards houses that we can maintain and manage properly. and so they have not been vacant for an extended period of time.
My concern, I'm looking at 23 single-family public housing properties. At least 17 of them belong to Ward 7, if I'm looking at addresses correctly, which also tells me that as a housing authority, we are continuing to create blight within this part of our community as well. I say that with the ways that we're still working and waiting for the area off of Martin Luther King for Creston Park to something be done with it. I look at these addresses that we have sitting vacant as far as your properties are concerned. And the fact that 2 occupied properties, now we are looking at families who are going to be unstable because of this possible change of hands to our community members and our residents. And I think it's important for us to also understand, while we understand the ways the Housing Authority is changing their model and the way that they operate, this is impacting our community residents in the worst way. They're feeling the blunt of all of the things you all are doing in your practice. And I also receive many of those phone calls, as you know, pertaining to our residents who cannot get proper assistance, proper information, and proper and adequate housing conditions in the properties that they stay and reside in. So for me to see all of these properties that are maintained within the community that I serve, I wonder the responsibility of how we care for the residents who would have stayed in these properties. Because I see often other properties that are managed by the Housing Authority that you can tell it is a Housing Authority property. And that's very unfortunate. These seem like actual homes, if some, and I'm sure some may not look like that either. But the fact that we have, again, this many vacant properties and we're talking about affordable housing, the math is not mathing for me to understand how we're supposed to really house and care for our residents and our neighbors. So my concern, and this has happened before, if I'm not mistaken, you all sold off some properties not too long ago, correct? In your Housing Authority meetings, there were some properties that you all were in real estate conversations about selling those properties, or you did?
Two units.
Two
This is
units.
the largest number we've ever sold.
2 units at one meeting, and if I'm correct, when I came to another meeting, there were another list of homes that were also on that list. So again, the concern is the fact of how we're selling these properties and who we're selling these properties to. Because of what she just mentioned and the fact that we have folks who are working within our communities to try to revitalize. And these types of sales are continuing to create blight and also cause more gentrification for our communities. So that's my difficulty with all of these properties. And we have to look at this instead of us understanding conversations have already occurred with maybe some of our entities that could possibly look at how they house residents within these properties and or these residents understanding and knowing for sure, for certainty about a self-sufficiency program that they should have access to.
Councilwoman, you know that the Housing Authority and several of the other members of the council know the Housing Authority does address resident concerns when we're notified of them that you bring to us. Just to go back to the Northeast Duplexes Creston Park discussion, I would argue that that was delayed because of the inaction of the council to approve GOLD funding many years ago. And then that was exacerbated over and over again. And the fact that we have lost so many years in that has resulted in the property being removed from the qualified census tract, which puts another $7 million gap into that program that I would argue we could have solved if we would have been able to address this problem the first time we brought that to the council many years ago.
I'm going to correct you there. The problem with what you just said is the fact that, and I'm not going to go back and forth with you, is the fact that we had someone on your staff talk to our community residents in 2019 and tell them that you were working towards building and then moving residents to deconstruct and demolish and build some more, instead of taking full option to remove all of the residents that live within this property and in this area of our community, and then asking for those funds to be advanced for you. So, I mean, we can go back and forth. I'm not doing that with you today. However, you know and I know that there is a word from someone on your staff that specifically said to our residents at a community meeting what was to take place and we did not see. So I'm going to leave that there on the table. But again, this is my concern. As we continue to do these things, our residents are the ones who are losing out on what you all are doing.
Thank you. I asked, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'd like to vote on this separately, please.
Okay, are there any other comments on this item? If not, we'll get the vote. All right, so there's been a request to vote on item AF separately, so we'll take a motion on that. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes 6-3. Okay, the next item was a request from Councilwoman Hammond to vote separately on item BD.
And I did also, Mayor, fail to recognize, there were so many people, several of them are in here before that worked with us on that development agreement, from staff, from the municipal counselor's office, and I just want to acknowledge all their work that they did on this agreement and appreciate their help.
It's a 70-page agreement. I mean, it was obviously a lot of work that took months. Okay, so let's bring up a motion on this item, BD. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes 7-2. And then Councilwoman Hammond, you wanted to speak to item BJ.
Yes, and I see Melinda here. I was excited to see this item, so I just wanted to hear a little bit more about it, but also just kind of hear about the history of kind of what Move United does and how you all came to be asking for this partnership or membership for them.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Yes, Melinda McMillan Miller, Parks and Recreation Director. We have really grown our full-on adaptive programs for both children and adults with differing needs. And so as part of this initiative to grow that program, we went from about 5 people interested in our program to over 1,300 that we have served at our most latest event. Part of that is just needing some tools and some resources. And Move United is one of those organizations. It's a national nonprofit organization that kind of pulls together all sorts of different resources into one-stop shop. So we found Move United through multiple different recommendations from the adaptive community, and are able to, through this membership, then can really tap into their subject matter experts, programs that they offer. Just gives us, our staff, a lot of different key elements that they can actually work with and really help to continue and develop this program.
Well, it's exciting to hear that there, and I think sort of that the response to you all starting to sort of dip your toes and offering it, and sort of the the boom sort of shows how much I think these outlets and opportunities for community and recreation and all those sorts of things is sort of been pent up probably. So exciting to hear that this partnership sort of will continue to grow, and excited to see what will come from it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and Councilwoman Hammond requested a separate vote on item BL.
And I'd just like to sort of explain why I'd like to vote separately on this, and I guess maybe for the public's benefit. This is an item, it's an intergovernmental agreement related to a grant that we have through the Bureau, Department of Justice, federal grant. And I think my concern with it really is, it sort of feels like we are very good and sort of our default is to find ways to respond to issues in the community, or react, I think is actually a better way, because I don't think this is a very robust response. But this specifically, and I'll just read from the memo so I don't misspeak, but this is the agreement and the appointment of an assistant municipal counselor as a special, I'm going to get this wrong because that special assistant U.S. attorney will allow both organizations, the police department and the U.S. Attorney's Office, to increase the capacity to enforce, and this is in particular to gun violence, gun laws, remove violent offenders from the public realm, and make the city of Oklahoma City safer. And a little bit of what is concerning to me about this is that, the Project Safe Neighborhood grant, and sort of at least what I understand it to be about, is connecting with people in neighborhoods to hear what issues they have. And I think sometimes we have this idea that people that are doing violence in our neighborhoods aren't also our neighbors. And reacting to gun violence with harsher prosecution and imprisonment, as is well documented in lots of research literature, violence, imprisonment, incarceration does not cure violence. It actually just exacerbates violence, both on the people being incarcerated as well as once they are released, the people within their spheres. And so the fact that we want to move this forward but haven't really looked at the recommendation from our 2020 resolution about engaging in violence interruption initiatives that we've sort of been letting, and I don't mean that about, I think the staff that are working on implementing those recommendations are sort of doing what they can with their capacity, but I think it's partially that piece has languished because it's not something that as a community we've been told that we should be prioritizing and helping staff have the resources to really make that robust. And so this again feels like a very reactive response to violence in our neighborhoods, and isn't preventing any of that. It's only removing potentially one or a handful of people without actually getting to the root of the problem, and that vacuum of those folks being removed is just going to be filled again if we don't try to address the root problems. So I just don't feel like I can vote in favor of this because it's not getting at the problem, and in my mind is not actually making our city safer. It's just removing people from the community without addressing any of the actual dynamics on the ground to actually truly reduce violence and harm that's happening in our neighborhoods.
Well, and I'd like to add, you might remember, since I also referenced the Community Benefits Agreement resolution, another resolution that we had was the community policing one, and one of the items is in fact the Violence Interruption Program, which we're studying right now and its implementation. You saw JB here earlier, who's doing a what do you call it? A pilot kind of program version of it outside of the city scope. But I just wanted to give some statistics about crime in Newark, New Jersey. This is from the PBS Frontline documentary, Policing the Police 2020, which is available to watch online. For those of you who are concerned about crime in your neighborhoods, which I'm guessing we're about to hear a lot of that with the jail, I'm just determined to interrupt these cycles of crime and poverty. And I need you to know that in Newark, with their violent interruption program, so not with the police going out and knocking doors, but with people in the community going out and knocking doors, the city of Newark had a 30-year low in violent crime. And in the South Ward, where much of that crime is concentrated, there was a 50% reduction in homicides. That's what I'm trying to achieve. So whenever you hear me talk about policy up here, whenever you hear me advocating for a neighborhood violence interruption program, I am trying to achieve, and this council approved that resolution unanimously, you should know that too. We're trying to achieve a 30-year low in violent crime, similar to what they did in Newark, and a 50% reduction in homicides. Ain't that what you want in your neighborhoods, Oklahoma City? So how did they achieve that? And you just heard Councilwoman Hammond speak to this, but how they did it is they actually trained people to go out into their neighborhoods. These street teams, they're trained to answer distress calls. They're stationed outside of city schools. They're embedded in hospitals to help victims and perpetrators of violence with social, legal, and psychological services. They're trying to go door to door, and they're asking people, what are your needs in your neighborhood? Is it food insecurity? Is it clothing, mental health, substance abuse, addiction? How can we connect you to the stabilizing resources you're gonna need to be a good neighbor, right? That's what a violence interruption program does. They go in on the front end, they're knocking doors, just like I did when I was knocking doors for an election. They're knocking doors, they already know their neighbors. They're in the neighborhood. They are their neighbors. So they're knocking doors and saying, hey, I have a resource card here. How can I connect you to the resources you're going to need? Then when like a drive-by happens or something like that, those violence interrupters go right back out. And by violence interrupters, JB. I'm not talking about in the abstract, I'm talking about people you know. They go right back out there and they're saying, hey, is there gonna be a retaliation for that drive-by? And those folk are more likely to tell a JB than they are the police. And we can be mad about that all we want, but that's just true, right? And that's what Newark's doing. And that's how they interrupted violent crime, 50% reduction in homicides. So we can keep this cycle of violence going in Oklahoma City, or we can truly interrupt it. And I just need you to know that our community policing resolution identified a violence interruption program. It is something that we are moving toward, but I don't see the need as we're moving toward that and the statistics I'm talking about from Frontline, I don't see the need in the interim to support this SAFE grant when it should be our neighbors in these neighborhoods going out, connecting people through door knocking to these resources at the front end. That is the work ahead of us over the next decade of this city. That's what we should be doing. I think we're making some moves in the right direction, but I don't think this particular item is it.
And Councilman, I'll also add that a lot of we don't have to come up with this money out of our own budget. There are, similar to the SAFE grant, there are federal grants that we can be applying for and be developing, that application muscle to implement those programs. I get the Department of Justice emails every week with grant opportunities, and so it's something that I think we can be pursuing. But again, it's about capacity, staff capacity, understandably, but also about what we say we want to prioritize. And it feels like the response that you just laid out is not something that we're broadly prioritizing to say that we want staff to be addressing this more quickly. And I think that's a detriment to our residents and our neighborhoods.
Well, and I'll also just add this. This is not a police versus neighborhood. In Newark, the police work with the violence interrupters. So this is not an anti-police thing. They work together. They rely on each other for the program to work. So I just need you all to know that, because y'all are about to start talking about the jail in a little bit. And if you really want to interrupt this cycle of who's going into your jail, you need to, on the front end, be meeting people with their needs in their neighborhoods to prevent them from acting crimes out of desperation. So
All right. Are there any more comments on this topic?
Just one.
Separate.
Just one, Mayor.
Oh, sure.
Sorry. On this particular topic. So 2 weeks ago, my son's apartment was shot up on Northwest Expressway between MacArthur and Rockwell. And I will support anything that puts more bodies between criminals and my children. In the interim, that is not to say that I am against the crime, that sort of thing. This is for the now, that is for the future. Can support both in moving us forward as we get to a better place for Oklahoma City.
Hey, I'll tell you what, Councilwoman, we might be on a little bit of a different page on this, but I at least appreciate you not being antagonistic. And I hope I'm not coming across as antagonistic eitherly. That's a new word. But no, I do appreciate that at least there's that openness there, so thank you.
Okay. Well, a separate vote has been requested on this item, item BL, so we could take a motion on that. Are we hopelessly hung up?
I'll make a motion.
All right, we'll do it
Second.
verbally. Got a motion and a second. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ward 1,
Aye.
Ward 2,
No.
Ward 3,
Aye.
Ward 4, Ward 5, Ward 6, Ward 7, Ward 8.
Yes, please.
3 no's.
Can I vote?
Mayor, sorry. I'm sorry.
No worries. Passes 6-3. Thank you. All right. That concludes all the items that have been pulled out on the consent docket. We can now take the remainder of the consent docket as a group. Is there no hope that this is going to work? All right. We got a motion and a second. Clerk, please call the roll on the remainder of the consent docket.
Ward 1,
Aye.
Ward 2,
Aye.
Ward 3,
Aye.
Ward 4, Ward 5, Ward 6, Ward 7, Ward 8. Mayor Holt.
Aye, passes unanimously. Okay, now we're on item 10, the concurrence docket. We can take items A through K with one motion. Oh, wait. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Unfortunately, I'm not coming up.
Okay. You're not either. How do you wish to vote? How does Ward 5 wish to vote? Okay. Passes unanimously. Okay, now we're on item 11, items requiring separate votes. Item 11A is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, rezoning 1401 Northeast 44th from R1 and HNO to R2 and HNO. This was deferred from May 7th. Councilwoman Nice? No one decided to speak.
Thank you. I did speak with the applicant, and I will move for approval.
Motion and a second. Cast your votes.
I vote yes, please.
Okay, Ward 8 votes aye. Ward 5 votes aye. Passes unanimously. Item 11B, ordinance on final hearing. It was recommended for approval. Rezoning 9500 West Memorial Road from AA to R2. This was deferred from May 7th. Councilman Carter, no one assigned to speak.
Okay. I've spoken with the developer on this, and we'll move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Cast, well, maybe not. That's good. Cast your votes. Are you able to vote?
Yes, please.
Okay, Ward 8 votes aye. Passes unanimously. Okay, item C is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, rezoning 4112 North Lindsay from R1 to O2. Councilwoman Nice, no one has signed up to speak.
Yes, and I know the applicant is here. I would like to, if you don't mind, I want to talk about this a little further. We haven't had a chance to visit about this one. We're on item C, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, sorry. Never mind. Move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Aye, aye. Okay. Passes unanimously. Okay, item D is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, rezoning 1301 Northeast 30th from R1 and HNO to R4 and HNO. Councilwoman Nice, no one has signed up to speak.
Okay, now, I know the applicant's here. If you don't mind, I want us to talk through this, if that's okay. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and defer this for 2 weeks, and I definitely want to visit to talk more about this particular request. And by the way, I got a B in Mr. Zinzel's class that I worked extremely hard for. So, Mr. Councilmember Stone, I got a B in Mark Zitzel's class.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. So I will ask that we defer this for 2 weeks.
We have a motion and a second to defer this item for 2 weeks, item D. Cast your votes.
Oh, yeah, sorry, mine's not populating, but I vote yes.
Deferral passes unanimously. Okay, item E is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, rezoning 8321 West Britton Road from C3 to PUD 1998. Councilman Carter, no one has signed up to speak.
I'll move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
I'll vote yes.
Passes unanimously. 11F is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, rezoning 3700 North Walker from R1 C3 CUP 26 to PUD 1999. Councilman Cooper, no one has signed up to speak.
Is the applicant available to speak? It's the teacher.
Good
Professor,
morning.
excuse me, professor.
Mark Sitzel, 1 East Sheridan Avenue, Johnson & Associates. I use this as my opportunity to state that I've officially retired from adjunct teaching after this semester.
But you're so young.
It's an early retirement. So before you is a PUD for what was formerly the First Christian Church site. We're proposing a mix of single-family, attached, and detached residential lot sizes. We held a large neighborhood meeting. We had probably about 200 people there. It was well attended, received a lot of feedback. We've received no formal protests through this. We agreed to TEs at Planning Commission. They ultimately recommended unanimous approval. With that, I'd be happy to answer any specific questions, but it is single family with the allowance for one live-work unit that we hope to see a neighborhood-style coffee shop in the neighborhood.
Do you happen to have any renderings of any of the homes, development, or just something that would show people? Otherwise, we're going to have to describe it to them. So I think it's really cool what you all are doing.
Yeah, so we're not at the point where we have renderings or home plans yet. We've really been trying to get through the zoning phase. One of the unique things about this development is that the vast majority of it is going to be rear-loaded off the alley, So what you won't see along the street frontages will be driveways. You'll mostly see the sidewalks, the landscaping, front porches, and all of the garages, trash receptacles. Everything will be on the rear of the lots.
Yeah, it's really neat. If you just kind of hone in there, like on this map, like so someone would turn off of, and correct me if I'm wrong, so if I'm turning off of Walker into this, yes, thank you. Just kind of, if you wouldn't mind, just kind of walking us through what this would look like. I think it's important to understand why the neighbors bought in. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, so as you drive in, there's going to be a well-landscaped median. On the south side of that street, you'll see front porches, sidewalk, heavy landscaping. On the north side, those lots are some of the only lots in the development that are not going to have an alley, and that's because of the adjacency to the creek on the north end. So as you continue up, you'll cross over a bridge, and so we have an excessive amount of common area here. And then as you travel north, you'll have the existing trees that are being preserved on the north side of the street, and then on that south easterly portion, that's where all of the rear-loaded homes are going to be. So you'll really be seeing front porches, street trees throughout the entirety of the neighborhood.
Yeah, I am very excited about the way that you all are prioritizing the pedestrian experience within the neighborhood and kind of the traffic calming aspects of this. And I also just want to applaud you all for very early on sitting with the neighbors, having those difficult conversations about what this development's going to do. I did have one request very early on, and I just wanted to make sure that this made its way into the final version of what we're going to do here. I had requested, because this First Christian Church history, you know, it's an important one to Ward 2 and arguably to the city of OKC. And, you know, as I've spoken from this horseshoe numerous times, I've noted that when the bombing happened, this land became a sanctuary, you'll recall, right, for people that night.
People have an ability to speak. All you have to do is fill out a yellow sheet and you can speak on any item on the agenda. If there are further disruptions, the people who continue to disrupt will have to leave, and I don't want that. You'll have an opportunity to speak. Councilman Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. As I was saying, this land in many respects is sacred. It is the land that that night of the bombing people came to reunite with their loved ones, trying to find their loved ones and get news of their health, right? I requested then that there would be something on this site that notes, right? Whether it was a sculpture, a plaque, something that once upon a time First Christian Church called this site home. Could you speak to what we're going to do? I know that you all were open when I made that request, but I just think that that history is important. The very first Jewish council member, Mark Schwartz, was one of the main people coordinating that night. So it means a whole lot to me if we could do something in the commons or just wherever on this site to make sure that people who respect that history get to continue it.
Absolutely, and Mr. Bradshaw's still working through what some of those final details look like. What I'll note is that through this process and what was ultimately unveiled at the neighborhood meeting was the branding of the property. They worked with a branding firm. It became Lexford Park. There's a lot of history of why they chose that name, how they chose the street name. So they're trying to pay homage to not just the church, but the folks that operated the golf course before it was a church. And so they're weaving the history throughout the entire branding of the development. But as we move forward with more of that, we'll happily come meet with you and show you where we're at.
Thank you. I just think that's really important, and I want to say thank you to Mr. Bradshaw, who I believe his family used to grow up in this neighborhood, so it means a lot to him as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I'll move for approval. I don't know if council has any questions. Okay. I move for approval, please.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, item 11G is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, rezoning 3208 North Indiana Avenue from SPUD 1462 to SPUD 1588. This item was deferred from May 7. Councilman Cooper, no one is signed up to speak.
but you can do if you want, Brad. Oh, I haven't studied it. He hasn't studied it. So Fallon, would you mind coming up and tell? I know, you sat down. I know.
Fallon Brooks Magnus, Jolliver Design, representing the applicant, 733 Northwest 22nd Street. So this is a half lot that has been split off. We are proposing 4 micro units on this site. The site is 4 blocks north of Oklahoma City University and 4 blocks to the west of Classen and the BRT route. And so we're proposing a pretty dense little community here of small micro units. They're really marketed towards college aged people and, you know, workforce housing, really. So we worked with Commissioner Powers and and Councilman Cooper on this. We've had a lot of discussion about the parking situation and lot coverage, and yeah, so it was just a really concentrated effort with everyone. This is from a previous spud, I think. There it is. Yeah, and I'll answer questions.
And thanks for meeting with me as well. Did you have a chance to look at that, the green space we were talking about over at Commonwealth?
I did not.
You know,
No.
I'm just curious. Are we able to do? Because I like the square footage, of course, because I think it's around like 400 or 500 square feet. So it's a very small space, and you know, it's kind of perfect for a college student. But I'm wondering, the parking that's in front of it, I kind of worry a little bit about that. I know there's going to be a tree there, but you and I spoke yesterday. In fact, that's the circle right here. Is this little tree? More green space around that parking, is that possible? And what do I need to make an official amendment to this to make that happen, or what can we do?
Unfortunately, so the parking configuration in this is actually, it minimizes the lot coverage. So it's not the most ideal layout, but the situation with Indiana is here, we have a very narrow right-of-way, and there's only, I think it's barely 5 feet between the property line and the curb. So it's not really an area that's gonna have sidewalks later on. You know, originally the plan here was to have one driveway that came off of Indiana and then have parking that kind of went behind the building, sorry. But that resulted in an 80-something% lot coverage. So this minimized the amount of concrete we could use. And then as far as your concerns with green space, you know, we will have to abide by the landscaping code. We'll have to provide a landscaping plan, have so many points of you know, greenery and evergreen trees and perennial plantings and all of that as well. So, which is quite a lot for a small half lot. So.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. We'll move for approval.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Are we having a problem again? Oh, it's just not on my screen. Okay, well, I would like to vote aye. Passes unanimously. Okay, now we're on item H, aren't we? Or was? Yes. Okay. This is an ordinance on final hearing. It was recommended for approval, rezoning 1144 Northwest 41st Street from R1 to SPUD 1590. This was deferred from May 7th. Councilman Cooper Noen has signed up to speak.
And yet, there's at least a couple people I think might be interested, but take it away. Oh,
Me again. Fallon Brooks Magnus, Jolliver Design, 733 Northwest 22nd. So on this one, we're taking 2 lots and we're splitting each one, and we're going to put a single-family home facing 41st, a single-family home facing 40th, and then we're going to do duplexes that face Military Avenue. Yep. And yeah, so I'll answer questions on it. We do have one amendment that we do need to make on the floor today, which is, you know, we worked pretty closely with the neighborhood association to limit the square footage on the residences on the main houses. And we need to add that is limiting the living space, not all buildings, because right now, the way that it worked out is that ends up including the proposed garage in the square footage. So, yeah, and I've got Cassidy here for that as well.
Yes,
so.
please.
Hi, my name is Cassidy Smith Tolliver. I am the neighborhood president of the Helm Farm Neighborhood Association. My address is 1216 Northwest 42nd. And some of y'all might know my neighborhood is a little passionate and has become, quote, difficult to work with, but I would disagree. Fallon and her clients really took the time to work with us on this one, and we saw a lot of compromise from taking it to 8 to the 6, minimizing square footage, taking an parking alley lot away, and just shrinking it down. We think that this is actually very fair. It'll add 2 duplexes, which we know are much needed right now in the city. The impact is not significant as to the south. There are actually 3, you can see them right there. There are 3 homes on one lot right there. And we like it. The renderings we've seen are great. Fallon has been great to work with. And we honestly have no problem with this one.
Well, hot dog, look at that. It just, that's great. Yes, okay, thank you both. I'd like to amend the master design statement to clarify the maximum building size is 2,500 square feet of, and this is the amendment, of livable space per building, not including garages. Is that correct, you two? Yes, it's nodding heads. Am I saying that right legally? Hi. Yes, okay. All right. Then I believe I read into the record the proper language, and I would move for approval of the amendment, please. You're going to have to vote twice, Councilman, yes. Yes.
All right, so this is for the amendment as described on item H. We have a motion and a second.
My screen is mean to me.
But your time has come, apparently. Okay, cast your votes. Ward 2 wishes to vote aye.
Please, thank you, Mayor. What did you do? No, okay.
The amendment passes unanimously. Now we're on the item as amended.
Yes, and I would move for approval of the item as amended, please. It's a popular item.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Are you still unable to vote?
I am now.
You are now.
And I did.
Great.
Thank you for checking in.
Passes unanimously. Okay, item I is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval rezoning 929 Southwest 88th from SPUD 1441 to SPUD 1598. Councilman Hinkle, Aaron Evans has signed up to speak, but it doesn't state what his role is in all of this.
Aaron's a developer.
Okay.
Unless you want to say something, I'm ready to move this forward. I'd like to thank Sarah Welch and the planning department. This was a odd location, and my comfort level is in the 50-50 range on how well this plays out. I think it's a neat development for South Oklahoma City. The lack of parking really concerns me, but it's in such a place that it really doesn't matter. You're not going to interfere with anybody's life around there. But I wish you well on your project. I hope it goes really, really well. And I hope 10 years from now I'm not scratching my head going, why did I vote for that? But seriously, good luck with your project. It's very needed. The housing shortage is real, and what you guys are doing is going to alleviate a large part of that. So thank you for trying, and thanks to Sarah for all the effort that the planning department put into this. So I'll move approval.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on item I. Maybe not. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, item J is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, rezoning 1709 Northwest 14th from R2 to SPUD 1609. Councilwoman Hammond, no one is signed up to speak.
I will move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item K is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, rezoning 1140 Southwest 104th from SPUD 298 to SPUD 1610. Councilman Hinkle, no one is signed up to speak.
Well, I didn't take a class from Mr. Zitzow, but this is his project. And once again, I appreciate your work with the community to make this the right spot. I think this is a good fill for that location, so I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, item L is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, rezoning 8000 South Shields Boulevard from I-1 to SPUD 1611. Councilman Stone, no one is signed up to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. This is basically requesting an automobile dealership on South Shields, where we have plenty of automobile dealerships. So with that, I'll move for its approval.
A motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item M is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, rezoning 3121 Northwest 20th from R1 and Urban Conservation Overlay to SPUD 1612 and Urban Conservation Overlay. Councilwoman Hammond, the applicant Chris Gold has signed up to speak.
If you'd like to speak, you can. I'm happy to move for approval. Yeah, this is just adding an ADU to an already existing lot, and so I am happy to move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, item 11N is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, establishing a special permit to operate use unit 8250.8 forced detention or correction facilities in the I3 heavy industrial and AE2 airport environs zone 2 overlay districts at 1901 East Grand Boulevard. Councilman Stone, a lot of people have signed up.
Before, Mayor.
You do, you got a couple, yeah.
Mayor, before we take any action, because of my employment, there's the potential for a conflict, so at this time I'll recuse myself from voting on this matter, please.
All right. Councilman Stone, you want to?
No, we're
Dur-
passing.
oh, okay.
Passing a lot of stuff here.
All right, got it.
All right. All right, we'll go ahead and get started then. First, I would just like to tell everyone thank you for your participation and showing up today. Just ask that everyone be respectful of each other, whether we agree or disagree. We're here to let how we feel be known. So we're going to start off with Mr. Box, the applicant, and go from there.
Good morning, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. We're going to have a couple speakers that are going to cover a few topics, and then I'll get up at the end. So we have with us HOK. HOK is the lead architect on the project. They are a global design, architecture, engineering, and planning firm with extensive experience designing detention facilities. CEC is the local civil engineer on the project. And then we also have from Oklahoma County, Stacy Trumbo, who is the county engineer, as well as Eric Brandt, who is the county planner. So we're going to start with Kurt Pardee with HOK. What he is going to walk through is the analysis that was undertaken as it relates to the site. He's going to walk through the 17-factor analysis as to why this site was ultimately chosen over all the other sites. Then we'll hear from Mr. Jeff Bradley, who will discuss why downtown is not possible and why a low-rise facility is absolutely necessary. Finally, with CEC, Lindsay Flesher, she will discuss the infrastructure that we have at this site and why all necessary infrastructure needed for the detention facility is available on site and adequate capacity to serve our intended use. So with that, I'm going to turn it over now to Mr. Kurt Pardee.
That's good. All right. Thank you. My name is Kurt Pardee. I'm with HOK, a principal for this project for us, and we're designing the building for the county. We've been working with them since last summer, developing different options, evaluating sites, figuring out what they want, what they need, what's going to work for the county moving forward. So as the gentleman mentioned, we are going to talk a little bit about the downtown site, why we're not building anything downtown, the Trosper site, why that has kind of risen to the top as the optimal site, and then also the behavioral care. Jeff's going to cover that after myself. I think first it's important to acknowledge there's been a lot of discussion about a multiple level jail, and I think it's important to understand that's not the best solution for this county. High-rise jail facilities are more difficult to manage and operate. They take more detention officers to operate. You have to move food service, laundry, inmates, clinical, healthcare, all the people that are in the facility have to be taken up and down elevators, and that's a very difficult and time-consuming process, and that's been a big issue for this county in their existing high-rise facility over the many years. The county, really what works best for them is a one-story jail facility, which means the housing units will be one level with the mezzanine in that housing unit. But it wouldn't be more than that. So it's a single-story facility, and that takes a lot of space to be able to make that work. Staff do not want to be isolated on elevators with inmates. That's a safety issue, and that's been a concern for a lot of the people that work there, and it's difficult to hire people to be detention officers because of that issue. And so it's very relevant that this be a one-story facility for the county. The county has also had limited staff in managing this facility. Part of the issue has been not being able to hire as many staff as they need to operate the facility. And again, that comes back to the facility itself, but also the fact that it's multi-level. So the one-story facility is the right solution for the county. Expanding the site downtown has been mentioned in the past, and I think a lot of people wonder why don't they just build it downtown. We have always requested, as we started working with the county late in the summer, 45 acres is approximately what you need for an 1,800-bed facility that has plans for expansion or may need to expand someday. And so we have been looking at that and evaluating different properties. And as we look at the properties downtown that are surrounding the existing jail property, there are a lot of properties down there. The county doesn't own any of them, and it just is going to take a lot of time and money to be able to purchase all those. We're looking at approximately $150 to $200 million more to purchase the property downtown, to move all the utilities out of the streets and the alleys that are in those properties downtown that need to be purchased, and to redo those areas so you have enough space to build the single-story facility. In addition, we are building the ARPA-funded project, which in this case is the Behavioral Health Center for the county. That's going to be adjacent to this facility. In terms of managing that kind of facility, it needs to be directly adjacent to the facility so that when detainees are brought in by law enforcement If it's determined at intake that they in fact do not need to go into the jail facility, but can be diverted to the behavioral care center, that's what we're attempting to do. Healthcare professionals tell us again and again, it's very important that that process be very smooth. You just take people directly from the intake process and over to the behavioral care center so that they do not have to be put back into a squad car to take them somewhere. It defeats the purpose. So trying to build that facility directly adjacent to the jail has been an important part of the solution as well. Keeping the existing, the existing jail, of course, is downtown on your existing jail property. Building around that while that is fully operational and would remain fully operational for the entire time while you're under construction will be difficult and will take longer to build. Eminent domain will be required for a lot of the properties that the county would want to purchase if you were to try and develop a site large enough downtown for a single level facility. So it's really important that you acknowledge the additional cost. That's part of the $200 million extra cost that it would take to develop this facility downtown. Building on the property downtown would actually be within the, that are adjacent to the existing jail downtown would actually be within the statutory distance that they have to be away from the existing property to a school. So if we were to purchase additional property around the existing jail, those properties would make the property too close to an existing school. That doesn't work. We've looked at all the utilities that are on the adjacent sites to downtown. Again, I've got a document, I guess no one's getting this, but there is a, this is a diagram that was at one point offered to the county for the different pieces of property that they could purchase. It's a very awkwardly shaped site. When you start to try to combine all these into one, there's a railroad spur. There is the transformers that is right now adjacent to the existing site. So you just don't have a good contiguous property to be able to put a large single-story facility on. So it becomes very difficult to make that work. So what is the theoretical best site for downtown? This is what we've been looking at with the county. This is what we've been trying to help them, as we move forward with this project. Of course, limited flood zones, as close to downtown as we can possibly get, space for expansion, good vehicular access and access to roadways, good soils, proper zoning, low purchase cost, a big issue. The sites, if we were to try and purchase all those properties downtown, much more expensive than what the county is looking at the current property they're looking at. Looking for a site that has major utilities adjacent to the site, low site preparation costs because many of the things are already developed out there, are at the site that we're looking at. That helps lower the cost overall of the project, and single story, being able to do that. So in comparison, when you look at the downtown site, here are a few things that we've been looking at. The downtown site would require 36 land transactions to be able to get enough property contiguous that could be used for layout of a new jail facility. A greenfield site out of town is one. Eminent domain will be required downtown. A greenfield site out of site site out of town would not be, or out of the downtown area, would not require eminent domain. Multiple street closures versus no street closures. Many utility vacations and relocations, as opposed to utilities that are already adjacent to the property. Utility relocations and vacations take a lot of time. Those are going to extend the construction phase of the project by at least 2 years to be able to get all those things reorganized, relocated, and approved by the city so they could move forward. I've mentioned the ARPA facility, being able to build that adjacent to the downtown or to the new jail is really important so that it functions properly and works the way that medical professionals have told us it needs to work. When you're extending the cost, extending the construction timeline of the project, you need to figure 5% as cost escalation per year. That's the going average nationally and in this area. So it's a lot of additional cost to not move forward with something as quickly as you possibly can. The cost per acre is $1.7 million per acre downtown as opposed to $76,000 per acre on a greenfield site further out. We've evaluated over 20 sites for the county over the past 9 months. Here's a chart that we use to help us grade the different properties. This is a chart that shows the 15 different properties. We've discussed these at length with the county, as you all know, it's been in the news. There are 3 properties that we've really been focusing on. The airport site, we talked a little briefly about the Stockyard site, and then the Trosper site, or the Grand Avenue site is the final site that we've been looking at. So those are the 3 that really graded the highest in our process, and so that's where we are with that. So why does the Trosper site work so well? Why does the Grand site work so well? Far lower overall cost, simple foundations, shorter construction time frame, 1 story, which is what the county wants and needs for this project. It's much easier to build the ARPA-funded facility, the behavioral care center directly adjacent to the new facility. Minimal floodplain issues on the needed buildable area of the site for the Grand Avenue site. Great vehicular access, great security, both to the property and around the facility. And then also room for future expansion and no condemnation required. Jeff, you want to come out?
Good morning. Thank you for having us here today. Pleased to talk to you and also accept any questions that you have on anything that we talk about today. My name is Jeff Bradley, and National Director of the Justice Program for HOK. And wanted to point out to you a couple things that are really, I think, critical, that are really important to the people of this community, whether it's city, county, or the people who end up being involved in your particular facility. One of the things that we're really proud of as a company is we literally have been pioneering the improved mental health capacity and treatment and rehabilitation in detention facilities around the country. You are, right now, this particular package that we put together is going to benefit from the results that we've done over the past 7-8 years that we've been pioneering this approach of incorporating specialized mental health housing and facilities. We have some really nice numbers that have come back from Nashville's Davidson County on the results of their behavioral care centers there that I'll talk about in a moment. But the point of doing a separate behavioral care center that Kurt referred to, the ARPA funds are going to cover that. And that's a $50 million plus to the county and to the citizens here that the federal government's going to pay for, that the people locally here don't have to pay for. What's unique about it, when these people come into the facility, just into intake, everybody's evaluated. And if you meet the certain checklist, they get to go to the behavioral care center. And the behavioral care center doesn't have detention officers in it. It has professional health workers in there because these people are in crisis and they don't belong in jail. And with that, there's a 60-bed facility right now that we've laid out. Initially it was 40, and then it went to 80, and then through some value engineering, we're at 60 right now. But those folks who are put into the behavioral care center, they're considered non-incarcerated. They aren't incarcerated, and they'll go through treatment that will range from anywhere from 3 days up to 4 weeks. And then after that, they work with the caregivers that are there, and they determine where they would go after that, whether it can be to a state facility, another city, county facility, whatever. But at least they get the full-time treatment, and there's a lot of very serious, these people are really in crisis, and they have serious issues, and again, they don't belong in jail. Now, here's what's unique. Historically, in the past, people who, when a jail was built, if they had some sort of behavioral health care area or a suicide watch area, after that, everybody went into general population housing. That's not what you're getting here. You're getting an additional I'm going to read my numbers here, an additional set of beds for this, about I think it's 368 additional beds here. 112 of those beds are very specialized for critical. These are people now who are going to be incarcerated because they're either a risk to themselves and or others. But it's a special serious mental health facility, and also it can address the physical health needs with one housing unit for suicide watch and another one for intensive mental health housing treatment. And those two particular housing units would be surfaced by the contract health provider that the county contracts with, not the detention officers. That it's really, again, these people are in serious mental health crisis, but they need to be incarcerated because they're a danger to themselves and or others. The goal is to get them settled down and transition them through housing. And as we transition them through housing, is to prepare them for a release where they actually have better results before they come back out. There's an extra 256 beds that are designed into this facility. We call it intensive step-down treatment housing units, and we step them down. The goal is to go from maximum security status that they're at to medium security to low security, have them working with the different counselors that we actually are incorporating from your community into working in the jail and with us in the jail to actually prepare them for a better and more successful release. There's another 30 beds in the facility. There are a medical infirmary, and that infirmary will take care of issues such as dialysis, dental services, wound treatment, exams, x-rays, ultrasound treatments, blood analysis, physical therapy, counseling, group therapy, and bariatric analysis. The BCC that's over in Davidson County that we recently completed, their numbers have come back over the last 2 years, and they've had their recidivism rate, the national average of recidivism is 76%, and the BCC in Davidson County is 29% as a result of this treatment and step-down programs that they allow through that. The other interesting thing about that, by not having them recycle back through the jail, saves your taxpayers money. It saved them over $10 million over the last 2 years alone in their particular county. You're also in this facility, the people who will not be in the specialized mental health and treatment facilities that will be in general population, they're going to have services that they don't have now. And some they do, but the ones I'll mention here, there will be both chaplain and other religious offices there for people to meet with, the law library, classrooms, visitation areas. From visitation now, we've set it up to where it used to be that people who are detainees or inmates in a jail, they only got maybe see somebody one time a week. Now through technology and some other means, they can have multiple visits with family members. And we're even setting the jail up to have in-person visits, or family reunification, to where they have in-person visits, because if they haven't lived together for a year and a half, and depending on what their charges are when they came in, it may be tied to family, and it's important that we have counseling sessions to get them used to, instead of just cutting them loose and just sending them back home, they actually have an opportunity to have multiple family reunification visits with counselors present. They're also going to have recreation space. Right now, over here at your existing facility, the only place they have is up on top of the building with 3 elevators that don't work, and there's no way you're going to get 1,200 people up there every day. Every single housing unit will actually have a recreation space right next door to the housing pod that every one of them will have access to every day. There's multi-purpose rooms built into the housing areas. There's counseling spaces built into there, and we also have put, and we can talk a little bit more about it later if you want to get into more detail, that on the intake booking area, something that's unique is we're providing video magistration in there, so they can be actually magistrated very quickly. Instead of having to wait 24 or 48 hours, they can be magistrated there. It can happen right here from downtown to wherever your jail is located, and can get them in and out the door very quickly, get them bonded, and they're on their way. Trying to speed up the process. There's also a 30-bed infirmary that will be in the facility, and that infirmary will handle all types of very technical issues as far as what they provide that I mentioned a little bit earlier. Something that we've built into this and worked with some of your people, and we're going to have some more subsequent meetings from your community services that you offer. when they come into intake and booking and we evaluate them, some can go to the diversion hub, but a lot to the BCC and be diverted there. But the ones who aren't, and they're going to be coming into the facility, they're going to have an opportunity to meet with people, and we actually have office space and desk space built in both in the intake area and in the release area from people who be from either diversion hub, remerge, the team group, North Care, the Homeless Alliance, the Center for Unemployed Opportunities, Calm Waters, your OKC Metro Alliance. And I want to compliment you because Oklahoma City and Oklahoma County, y'all have more of these type of facilities than most cities and counties that we run into. You've already got a good head start, but how do you get them incorporated into your system, into the justice system process? And in the design, we've enabled that to allow you to do that when they come in, while they're in, and before they get released, to try and identify and help them so they have more successful outcomes at the end than what you have now. And that's really mainly what I wanted to talk to you about was the behavioral health care part. The numbers of what we're doing, that's still up to the Commissioner's Court and such on final numbers. But that's the majority of what we wanted to present to you today. And if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them in regards to those issues.
I just have one question. So this evaluation scorecard that you all included in this packet, when was that created?
It was, we started it last fall when we started, looking at all the different pieces of property and finalized it early this year.
Okay, I was just curious because this is the first time I'm seeing anything like this, and I feel like I was asking for this for at least 6 months. So was this presented in any other commission meetings?
It was presented at the Bond Oversight Committee meetings as well as Commissioner meeting.
Do you know roughly like the times of when those happened? Like was that last month, the month before?
I can find out. It's been a while back.
Okay.
I mean, as we've gone through the process, there have been a lot of questions and concerns about the different properties, and so that process has been going on. But yeah, certainly we can check into that and get back to you on.
Okay, because the number of times that I asked if something like this was available and told no, it's just surprising to see it at this point. So thank you.
Yes.
And then the square foot, what are we, for both the behavioral center and for the jail, would you mind giving us that total square foot for each separate? But then, yeah, that'd be great.
Do you have those numbers?
Yeah, I have the one here for the jail.
Oh, that's Exhibit D. Okay.
Yeah, it's
I see.
about 58,000 square feet for the BCC and 700 and,
I see.
yeah, there you go.
Yeah, 726,000.
Is it up there?
Yeah.
And that's both buildings together?
The jail itself is 726,000, and then the BCC is 58,000.
Is 58.
Yeah, and sir, also with that, the BCC is like in hyperspeed right now because according to ARPA, to be able to access those funds, the design has to be completed by December 31st of this year. And right, so anyway, that's our goal. That thing's going right now. There's a lot of other technical issues on a larger building like that that take longer to do, but we put more team members on this particular project to get things going, and some of our healthcare and mental health care people that we have involved as well in that to stay up with the guidelines and demands of the federal government for you guys to receive those funds.
Thank you.
You may have answered this, and I apologize because we were talking and asking questions among ourselves, but I'm curious to know if we are working on criminal justice reform, why are we expected to expand this facility?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so, your current inmate count is a little over 1,300 inmates for the county. And when you design a jail facility, for a county and looking into the future. As you do that, Oklahoma City, per the U.S. demographics, the census demographics, is expected to expand population-wise approximately 1% per year for the next 30 years. What we've been looking at is the 1,300 plus the 15% that's required of additional beds, so that on any given night, the county jail doesn't know who's going to be brought into their facility. There could be a riot somewhere, there could be something happening, and a lot of people come in at one time. So you have to have different types of beds available. So any jail facility is designed to have an additional 15% of available beds over and above what the population is, to be able to meet really the ACA standard of having enough different beds to house people in. So you add that 15%, and then you also want to look to the future. The county doesn't want to, as the county continues to grow, what is going to happen with crime? How many state inmates are going to be at this facility? There's a lot of variance there. It's been well over 300 state DOC inmates that are actually housed in your jail. Then that dropped way down several months ago, and now it's slowly climbing back up. But there are a lot of variables, and so the county feels, and we do too, you need to have space for fluctuations in the jail population and also growth in the jail population.
Okay, thank you. My second question is, and you may or may not be able to actually answer this, but as you were talking about some of the programs and the ways that our folks who will be housed in this facility, potential facility, what are we doing better in our current facility that adjoins all of these things at the potential of what we're wanting to do? Because it seems to me, if this is where we want to be, where are we now in making sure those things are already occurring, if that makes sense? And like I said, you may or may not be able to answer that, and that's fine, but that's just something that's going in the back of my mind as we see all of these potentials that can happen for a new facility, whereas we have people perishing in the current one, and the same things we are saying we're going to address for a new facility. Just curious how we're impacting these new forward-thinking programs into where we already are. So, that's just outwardly questioning how we're working towards decreasing the number of people who would be in our facilities, also ensuring their safety and keeping them from perishing in these facilities that already exist. And also, again, that criminal justice reform piece. And I know all of these things work together from, state legislation, federal legislation down, and how that trickles to where we are and what we're experiencing for that fluctuation that you just mentioned, because we had one thing that was happening, we repealed certain parts of what we were doing, and then you see those numbers rise again. So I understand those things, but at the same time, it's really hard to understand if we are really serious about criminal justice reform for our city and our residents that we're serving.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, thank you. Those are really good points. Some of the things that we've observed, and we've seen the successes here, is right now the population that's in the facility averages between 85 and 88% of medium and maximum security. That's become the norm across the country, just about. But what you've done really well is the majority of the people, or not majority, historically 50% of the population of inmates in detention facilities were low risk. Your low risk people aren't in there anymore. They're out. So you've gone from 50% down to between 13 and 15%. So that's a success in itself already. Some of that's through some of the new rules, some of the team legislation, some of the 780 and 781 legislation you have, and some of it's the efforts of the people here. And then when I mentioned also about your community service programs you already have, those are a big help that you've already incorporated and that they've incorporated and working with them for the justice reform. It's a real positive thing. Some of the other things that we mentioned, there's just not the space in the existing facility. It was never programmed in, and it's just not there. So.
I do have two other questions. One, sort of to dovetail on what Councilwoman Nice was asking, do you know how many folks are in the facility simply because their charges would allow them to be released, but they can't afford bail? Do you know that percentage?
No, we don't have that information. You know, your current count, like I said, is about 1350 right now. And that varies up and down, but that's
Well, like I hear good lawyers tell me, don't ask a question you don't know the answer to. I know the answer to that one. It's about 80%. And so it's frustrating to hear this conversation about embedding services within the facility when really the majority of people, they're just there because they're poor and they should be able to access those services in the community. But they're continuing to be detained simply because they or their families do not have the resources to be relinquished from at least detention custody, but even though they still would have some legal ties and still need to address their court needs. My other question, and I just really want to clarify this because I think some of the language is really important for understanding what the behavioral health proposal is, because you said that they're not incarcerated, but what I'm hearing is that these would be folks that would have some kind of emergency order of detention or some kind of legal detention still because of their risk to themselves or others. Is that correct?
So when the individuals that will be in the BCC, the Behavioral Care Center, are brought into the intake by law enforcement, by Oklahoma City Police, they will be evaluated initially by a mental health person, a behavioral health person, and a medical person. If through that evaluation they decide that they have committed a very low-level crime and they don't have a rap list that's very long, they can have the opportunity and sign some paperwork to agree to go through counseling sessions, and they can move over, and this will be approved by the DA's office. They can be moved over to the BCC instead of into the county jail. And the value of that is, you know, they don't become an inmate. They don't have that record. So they can work with counseling. They can get the help they need. Maybe it's drug addiction. Maybe it's behavioral health. There are many different things. But they can get that help, and then they can be released within 30 days as long as they follow all the rules while they're in there. These are people that would be committing a very low-level incident, you know, that would be accepted into this program, but there's a lot of those, and they don't need to be in the jail. If they can be, you know, if they can be cared for in the BCC instead, be released, connected to the community, connected to counseling, connected to housing, medical care, you know, medications if they need them, then they can get back, you know, try again.
So, but I'm still hearing that there is some legal mechanism of detaining them, that they are not free to go from that facility, and if they did leave, they would then be booked into the jail.
If they left without, if they tried to walk off or caused a situation while they're housed there, then they would go to the jail.
Yeah, there's a 14-point evaluation form that they go through, the checklist, to be able to qualify for the BCC, and then they actually sign a contract saying that they'll agree to the counseling services and such. And it's a pretty high percentage that makes it through.
Sure.
Not that many go back over.
Yeah, I guess my concern is that, especially for folks that have very severe mental illness to the point of the symptom called anosognosia, which is essentially an inability to recognize that you're sick, that they're still going to end up, I'm not hearing a solution there, and I would prefer that we don't have detention-based solutions. I think Tulsa's doing some really interesting things with engaging folks with that particular symptomology out in the community. But my concern is still that folks with some very severe needs that are caught in this loop are not getting. So that's sort of a tangent, but mostly I just wanted to understand the legal sort of definition of like whether they are incarcerated or not, because I'm still hearing they're not free to go, but it's not something that's going to show up on like a criminal history for them.
Much like
unless they leave.
Right.
From
Much like if they were taken to a behavioral health center somewhere,
Right.
A mental health
Except that if
facility.
they leave, it triggers them being detained to go to the jail.
And if they left there, they would get in trouble as well.
Right, okay, thank you.
So based on that question, and I'll be done. So one person can't self-admit themselves into this behavioral health center? They have to be?
It is not that kind of facility.
Okay.
Correct.
Anyone else? Good?
Mr. Box, are you going to talk some more or no?
Yeah, I have one more.
I knew you
speaker,
would. I
and
knew
then
you
I
would, so-
have a few
Okay.
words.
Go
So,
ahead.
Ms. Fletcher.
Lindsay Flesher with CEC. We've been researching the site, doing due diligence on all the infrastructure and surrounding utilities. We've talked to OG&E. The location is a site for reliable service. They can service the site. We've talked to ONG. It's favorable for gas service in that area. And we've also been working with city staff regarding water and sewer and have found that the capacity is available in the area to serve this development.
Okay, so what I want to talk about is what this application represents. And what it is not is a zoning application. You've heard a series of zoning applications this morning. That is an application seeking to change the designation of the site to allow uses that aren't otherwise allowed. This is a special permit application. The special permit application is required when you have, like we have, a zoning designation that contemplates the use but requires a special permit and requires one look to the compatibility of the use given the surroundings. If you look at what we're seeking to do, it's use unit, forced detention or correction facilities. So what we're doing is we're asking you to allow a use contemplated under the I-3 zoning with an analysis as to the compatibility. Sarah, could you go to the zoning map, please? So it's important to look at what the site is zoned as well as the surrounding zoning districts. So our site is zoned I-3. I-3 is the heaviest zoning district that we have in our city. I think it's an important analysis to look at what could be done today with no special permit, nothing more than a building permit, which is an administrative review. Under the I-3 designation, you could have an animal waste processing facility. You could have a composting facility, a manufacturing facility, heavy industrial recycling, collection, and processing facility, all of which would be more intense than the proposed use, create more traffic problems than the proposed use, and propose more issues to the surrounding neighbors than what we propose today. So this is the least intense use I think you could actually make under the I-3 zoning district. Next, we look at the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan for Oklahoma City has this designated as the heavy industrial layer. That is defined as a layer to accommodate uses that are difficult to integrate with less intensive uses. Well, I would submit that's exactly what this is. We have a use that perhaps is hard to integrate in other locations. That's why, as a city, we have designated certain areas as heavy industrial to place uses that are otherwise not easily placed in other parts of our city. Currently, the subject site, if you've driven by it, it is host to daily crime, illegal dumping. This proposed facility will do nothing but bring order to the area. It's worth noting, if you look at your council, if you look at your memo, there are 0 legal protests. Everyone within the 300-foot radius that got notice Zero. Zero legal protest. If you think about some of the other hotly contested cases that have come before you in the last year or two, that number was closer to 60, 70, 80. One was close to 90%. Zero legal protest. So what I think is important to do is to walk through what we think you're going to hear. One is proximity to residential. So you're going to hear that the proposed facility is too close to residential. The map you see before you actually can't see any of the residential. It's about 800 feet to the east on the other side of Bryant. Why I bring that up, if you look at the current facility in proximity to residential, you have the residences at the West Village, a mere 264 feet away. You have the Muse Creative Living, the Civic Center condominiums, the Haven, Sycamore Square, all of which are in closer proximity than to any single-family home next to this proposed facility. Further, the Dell City residents east of Bryant are actually buffered by I-2 industrial zoning and development that exists between Grand Boulevard and Bryant. Proximity to school, we believe, is going to be brought up. So if you look at the current facility, it's 1,396 feet from John Rex Elementary. The proposed facility in proximity to the Crooked Oak School is 2,750 feet away. So we're actually moving this site further away from a school than what the site exists today. The proximity to the sports facility, the county is working with the school district to actually swap land and relocate the facility immediately east of Eastern, across the street from where their current school facility is located. Now, the release program. You're going to hear comments and concerns about the release program. It's important to note that if someone is released from the facility, they are, of course, free. They are free of DOC custody. They are free of DOC control. They are free to do what they want. So there aren't convicted criminals being released. That is not what's happening here. We anticipate you're going to hear something about children's safety. Again, if you drive the site now, it's a site that is problematic. If you look at the city's heat map from a crime standpoint, this is as red as it gets. Now, our facility will have a 12-foot chain link fence around it with a 3-strand barbed wire on top. So finally, what I want to talk about is what you're here to do in a special permit review. The ordinance actually lays out 6 standards for you to apply against a proposed application. 1, that the proposed use shall conform to the policies adopted in the comprehensive plan. Well, again, the comprehensive plan designates this site as heavy industrial. This is exactly what we have heavy industrial designations for in our city, to locate uses that are otherwise difficult to place other places. 2, the proposed use shall not adversely affect the use of neighboring properties. The neighboring properties are all I-2, I-3 industrial properties. 3, traffic generated will not be in conflict with the traffic in the neighborhood. Again, if you look at all of the uses contemplated under I-3, the traffic generated from this is probably the least intensive traffic generating use you could put in an I-3 property. Adequate public utility infrastructure is available to serve the proposed use. As you heard from Ms. Flesher, she's worked with all the utilities, including Oklahoma City, and there is adequate infrastructure to supply to this facility. The site shall, 5, the site shall have front or direct access to a street having adequate right-of-way and improvements to support traffic generated. We have frontage on both Southeast 22nd as well as Grand Boulevard. And 6, the city council may impose specific conditions on the permit. If you look at your staff report, the original staff report that went to Planning Commission, there were 2 requested technical evaluations by staff, TEs 1 and 2, both of which we agreed to. We're happy to entertain any other conditions that the city council may have, but if you look at the objective criteria that you are required to follow in a special permit application, this application checks all of those boxes. It is an I-3 zone property in a sea of I-2 and I-3 industrial property. This is where this facility belongs to be. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Box. When you talked about the amendments, I assume you're you're in full agreement with the Planning Commission amendments too?
No, Commissioner Powers in TE number 4. So we do agree to 1, 2, and 3. We don't agree to 5, no outdoor speakers. We think having outdoor speakers is a necessary component of this facility. Again, if you think about what we worry about with outdoor speakers, it's when you have a use immediately adjacent to residential. We don't have that here. The industrial uses surrounding this property are likely to generate far more noise than speakers on our facility would generate. But TE4, dictating where inmates are released is not something we can agree to. That is
Great.
a
Thank you.
decision up to the presiding judge.
Right. Thank you. All right, I appreciate it. Any other questions for Mr. Box? No? If not, all right. I've got a few comments I want to make on my own before we move on to public input. So first off, I want to thank the county commissioners. I want to thank the county engineer, the architects. I've been talking to them for months and months and months, just trying to get a better understanding of issues as they've come up. And I really appreciate their time and meeting with me. I really do. Part of the issue that I've had with this project is that I've gotten so many different answers from so many different people that it really led to a lot of confusion on my part. So when we talk about the Crooked Oak land swap, right, for their athletic facilities, I have no idea what that's going to cost the county to complete, and it's not completed yet. And I don't know if the county really has the intention of completing that. And that's a huge concern of mine. It's right there next to the facility. When I first started meeting with county commissioners, the bed number I got was 3,800 beds. And I was like, whoa, why would we do 3,800 beds? And I learned from other people it's so they can make a good profit off a jail. Which, I don't know why, but that bothers me, to be making a profit off of a jail site. When we talk about funding or lack of funding, when we're talking about a facility that has identified 40% of its funding, I find that disconcerting on my side. But I have heard from some county commissioners they want to increase the tax. They want to increase the tax or introduce a county sales tax, and this is going to give them the opportunity to do that for Oklahoma County. You know, I totally agree that this is a good piece of land. And if I was an engineer or an architect, you're just giving me a great big old piece of blank sheet of paper and I get to draw everything and keep the costs as minimal as possible. I get that. I totally get that. The concern for me, though, is that, again, we've got detainees that are going to be let out in an area where they can walk, 300 feet, 600 feet over to neighborhoods. And that's really about the only place to go in this area. If you're on foot, there's nowhere else to go other than you can leave the Trosper jail and go to the Trosper Park or the Trosper Golf Course. And when we talk about this being the hottest spot for crime, right, we think that's a good place to release detainees. I disagree with that. I've heard that it's going to be an economic boom for the area, right? Look at downtown. We had the jail downtown. It's been an economic boom. Well, we've invested billions downtown. And I would agree if we're going to go over to Trosper Park and Trosper Golf Course and invest billions over there, then maybe it would make a difference. The one thing that I've proposed that I've proposed it to multiple people, I don't really get a good response on, is putting a transition hub downtown. That transition hub is when you go in, that's where you go in. When you come out, that's where you come out. If you're going to be at court every day, you're going to stay over here in the transition hub. You got the short run to court. You've got people close to services when they're released out of there. You have transportation available when they're released out of there. It's also a great place to put in your mental health facility. It's right there. Go ahead and build that other facility wherever we decide to build it, but there's not going to be any detainees coming in or out unless they are in a law enforcement vehicle. The impact on the surrounding neighborhoods would be very minimal. We could still build the one story, which I think is a great plan. We still make that part of it as inexpensive as we can, but then we have this additional transition hub that kind of keeps it from the public perspective operating the way it does currently. The only feedback I've gotten on that is it would absolutely double their costs, operationally and construction. And I hate to tell you, that's not true. That's totally not true. Out of 1,400 inmates, I believe the number that I've heard, some of the rest of you may have heard it, correct me if I'm wrong, like the number that wouldn't need to be in the transition hub is like 90%. The transition hub would need to house like 10%. So it's a much smaller facility, manpower-wise and construction-wise. I know if this does not pass on council today, we're going to hear a lot of heat come back to the city saying, well, you guys blew it. You put the county in a desperate position. And that's fine. Blame me. Because I can tell you that if someone brought a project like this to us on council, if our own city manager came to us and said, here's the project, we've identified 40% of the funds. And we said, okay, where's the rest coming from? No idea. I don't think any of us would be voting for a project of this type. I don't see it. And I know that our city manager would never bring that type of project forward to us. The biggest thing that we look at, for instance, I'll talk about the amphitheater for a second, right? Great project. I love music. Very excited about the project. But as we delved into it, we said, might not be great for that neighborhood next door, right? And this one, there are neighborhoods relatively next door, huge neighborhoods, right? Closer than the amphitheater. There are nursing homes, parks, daycare facilities, Crooked Oak athletic facilities, which the land swap hasn't been done, the big neighborhoods. So I apologize, for those of you who have put a lot of work into this project, and I understand that's a tough project, no matter what. But, Your Honor, I'm going to have to go ahead and make a motion for denial.
Okay, so the longer you clap, the farther away that motion is. Okay, so we have over 20 people who've signed up to speak. You've heard the councilman's intentions. Each set of remarks pushes that motion farther off into the future. So I will call the names and I will remind you to state your name and address. And you have 3 minutes or less to make remarks. As I often say in situations like this, if somebody else, and it would seem to be likely to be the case, has already said what you plan to say, it is not necessarily more interesting the second, third, fourth, or fifth time. If you feel that you can condense your remarks down and just show, your support with the statements that were already made, I think everyone will find the entire presentation more persuasive. But with over 20 people having already signed up to speak, that is an hour-ish if everyone took their 3 minutes, and I think everybody would probably love to go to lunch. So I will begin. And because there's, yes?
Quick question.
Yes.
When can I or someone make a second?
Well, I don't
Does that need
think-
to happen after they speak?
It
or
doesn't
can-
really matter. I mean, you can
Yeah,
say it now.
sure.
if you'd
Great.
like.
Second. Great.
Okay. So I will say the name, and then I will say the name of the next speaker as well, so that person can prepare, and that cuts out hopefully the 10 seconds of walking from the back of the chamber. You know, maybe the next person could find a spot on the front row here. Okay, we'll begin with Steve Mason, who will be followed by Blaine Nice.
Good morning. My name is Steve Mason. I live at 824 Northwest 8th, 4 blocks from our current jail. Thanks for allowing me to speak today. I've had the pleasure of chairing the County Citizen Bond Oversight Advisory Board for about a year and 3 months as we've gone through this process. I'd like to address a couple of questions that were raised. Councilman Stone, the jail's not profitable. And on the Crooked Oak Stadium, statutorily it's not required because it's more than 1,000 foot away, but the county's working on it, and no solutions occurred yet. Councilwoman Hammond, on your question about the behavioral health, it's my understanding if I'm arrested on lesser charges and I have a behavioral problem, I can sign a contract to agree to be admitted to the behavioral center for 3 days to 4 weeks. And if I fulfill that contract and I stay there the whole time, the lesser charges are dismissed. So once I've met the contract requirement, they don't arrest me on my lesser charges. They say, you can go home, you've done your part of the deal.
Thank you for that clarification. If that was what it sounds like I was communicating, I apologize, and I'm not trying to take up so much time. But I was saying if they break that contract.
Yes.
So that I just wanted, but thank you for clarifying in case that is what it sounded like I was.
Great, we're on the same page. I agree with 100% of the presentation by the applicant, of course. Last September, the committee that I chair recommended 4 sites to the commissioners, 2 which were the airport. We know what the FAA did to that site. The other was the existing site, which, as you've heard today, is an extra 150 to 200 million. And honestly, our county commissioners, I think, have PTSD from the elevators because it's just been a mess. So that didn't work out. And then we have the site we're discussing today, which, as Councilman Stone said, what we would say is technically it's a good site. So that's true. And I live 4 blocks from the jail, 4 to 6 blocks, and I've never witnessed anything negative being after a release there. And I go to the Flea Bar about a block away a couple times a month. It's peaceful and quiet there. So my experience in the neighborhood, this anxiety about releases, it hasn't happened it doesn't happen downtown. If you guys vote no today, we got a problem as a community.
30 seconds, please.
What do we do? So please consider voting yes, because we all agree we need a new jail, and we needed it yesterday. We needed the 60 behavioral beds yesterday. So please consider voting yes. If you vote no, tell us where to put it. Thank you.
Blaine Nice, followed by Larry Hopper.
Blaine Nice, 100 North Broadway, Suite 1700. Excuse me. I'm here on behalf of the city of Del City, and I'm not going to speak long because Councilmember Stone took a lot of my thunder. A lot of the issues that he raised were exactly the things I was going to talk about. It seems to me they're actually asking for 2 permits, one for a detention facility and one for a mental health facility, and this raises your question. I've been in law enforcement or prosecutor and dealt with police and emergency order of detentions and those things for years. Either, if in this case they're talking about arresting somebody, but then taking this to this other facility, you don't unarrest somebody. So is this facility going to be as secure as the jail? His statement was these are people in serious mental crisis, and we appreciate this. I think this facility, what they're proposing as far as the facility itself, sounds great. It's the location. Mr. Box pointed it out. The council has to review these to be sure this special use fits where it belongs. And Councilmember Stone has pointed it out. while that may not be within the limits that you get the legal protest, and that's why there's 0, there is a school, there is a huge neighborhood, and there is a living facility for cerebral palsy patients that live there, and they cannot be locked down. And it's right adjacent to this facility, so it doesn't fit right there. I have said in this chambers more than once, and this is one point I wanted to make that Councilmember Stone made, where this council, while you guys don't get into the economics of a development, that you leave that to the free market. If you had an application that had this many unanswered questions, you guys wouldn't touch it, and that's exactly what he said. They're not funded. There are so many unknowns right now for this, and their emergency is not your emergency. It's not these people's emergency. So I respectfully ask you to second Councilmember Stone's motion and vote to deny this application.
Thank you. Larry Hopper, followed by Katrina Ward.
Larry Hopper, I'm a Ward 4 resident of Oklahoma City, and I'm here protesting but also offering a possible option, okay? There is denial, there's approval, there's also the prospect of continuance, as much as none of us want to come back. You all don't want to hear it again, but that might be a realistic option. You know, it's very possible, I'm protesting this, I hope it's denied, okay? I'm one of those who believes that really, like Councilman Stone, that's probably a bi-campus solution, something downtown and something in an outlying area. But I would recommend denial of this thing. You know, I'm trained as a land planner. I've been a resident of Ward 4 for really quite a bit of my life, and I want to suggest a site planning solution that could be part of it, because it's possible that the motion to deny won't go anywhere, and then there'll be a motion to approve. If this thing was approved, it really should not be approved with the technical evaluations that are there. It should be approved with a lot more mitigations. And that's why I really think that if the motion to deny fails, go ahead and continue it. So here's the thing. I have a proposal of an idea called the 180-degree mitigation treatment. Basically, what it does is it takes that parking area and that area along Grand Boulevard, turns that into a green space, makes it to where all the access is on Southeast 22nd Street, and puts up, instead of a 12-foot tall chain link fence with barbed wire, boy, that looks nice, replace that with some type of more attractive, well, something more like a sound attenuation wall you find along highways, and make that some kind of a green space. You don't have to change the site plan in any way whatsoever except to swap the parking spaces and those kind of staff function areas to the west side, 180 degrees away. You know, if you've noticed, the application shows about a third of the entire site not designated for anything. So a third of the site really is designated for expansion, and we have no idea, any of us, what that might be. That whole western third should really be taken out of the application regardless. But here's the thing, that 180-degree idea, see, I grew up about a block or so to the east of this site, used to hike those woods before it was all developed, and that Southeast 22nd Street serves no homes, no businesses really.
30 seconds remaining.
Any place else. You could just basically, the council could agree as a mitigation measure to close that street, put up that wall and all that, make it to where people have to walk to the west, to Eastern, before they go anywhere. Protects all the neighborhoods, especially Del City. Del City has a lot of very valid concerns about property value, about potential safety, and the like. So, I'd love to take more time, but my time is up. Recommend denial.
Thank you. Katrina Ward, followed by Aurelius Francisco.
Hello, my name is Katrina Ward. I live at 2704 Northwest 21st Street in Ward 6. I am a PhD student studying the carceral system in Oklahoma. So this is literally what I do. I want to thank Councilperson Todd Stone for voting to deny this. There have been proposals like this across the country. They have been denied elsewhere, so you are not the first to say no to this. I also just want to say that we heard a lot of language today about how people in jail are dangerous. There's a difference between jail and prison. People who are in jail before they're convicted of a crime. They are not necessarily dangerous. Most of the people in our jail are there because they can't pay for bail. I also want to say that other cities have jails that are multiple stories. Literally, the header on HOK's website is a detention facility that is multiple stories. So that's not really a argument. The version on intake is a step too late. Good vehicular access at this facility, it doesn't matter because many people use the bus and bike and walk. It is an hour bus commute from the current facility to this facility. And many people in prison and jail have disabilities and can't do the walk. According to the Bureau of Justice Statistics, people in bars in state and federal prisons are nearly 3 times as likely to report having a disability as non-incarcerated population, but in jails, they're 4 times as likely. Yeah, I also just think that it's really notable that Councilperson Stonecipher's law firm has taken a stance against this facility and this location, and I think that it makes sense to deny it. Thank you.
Thank you. Aurelius Francisco, followed by Tevin McDaniel.
Good morning, Council. By reading my shirt, you know where I stand on this issue. Move to deny this application for a special permit for a number of reasons, but I'll keep them short. I also want to share my appreciation for Councilperson Stone's move for denial. Again, this is an issue that the county needs to get creative on. The reality that the team that presented this morning is pushing for 45 acres, a massive piece of property for a jail site to be on, is an issue. They stated very clearly that they plan not only for the jail that they plan to build to be bigger than the current one, but they are planning for this facility to be on such a large campus for potential expansion as the population of Oklahoma County and Oklahoma City grows. We know every single jail that is built in the United States of America, if you build it, they will fill it. So if they build 1,800 beds, there's going to be more than 1,800 people in that facility. And if they're planning for expansion, there's going to be more and more people, just like we have in our current jail, where that's a major health problem, right, of overcrowding in our jail. So there are multiple issues that the county needs to address that are outside of a new jail facility. The Behavioral Health Center that they are holding ransom, the ARPA funding, which is COVID-19 response, needs to be separate from the building of a carceral facility. The people who presented this morning, I don't know how many of you have family members who have been in a carceral facility, who have been in a jail or a prison. But a jail ain't a good place for somebody who has mental health issues. The back of a police car is not a good place for somebody who has mental health issues. So the fact that they are continuing to tie a new jail with the Behavioral Health Center is counterproductive and counterintuitive to trying to help people, get people into treatment, into rehabilitation who are struggling with mental health issues. Those are things that need to be separated, and they need to no longer hold ransom behavioral health with jails. Those things are not, they don't compute. And so recommend that you all second and deny this motion. This is a problem that the county needs to get creative on. No longer push for an expansion, but a smaller campus, because if you build more beds, they will fill it, and jail and incarceration is deeply, deeply harmful for people who are in these facilities. And again, would encourage folks to actually have people with lived experience, who have family members who have themselves been incarcerated, to be a part of the planning committee, and not just architects who are completely out of touch from the lived experiences of folks here on the east side and across the city of Oklahoma City.
Tevin McDaniel, followed by Nadine Gallagher.
Hello, Tevin McDaniel, 2400 Northwest 30th Street. I am here again talking about how these harms that are perpetrated through these places, jails, police. When I was here last time, we talked about lowering the police budget. When we have these problems, and thank you, Councilman Stone, for your words. When we have these places, when we're building these jails, like my coworker said, they have no other job but to fill them. That is their job. Their job is to go and take people who are disturbances, who are poor, who are dealing with issues that have been created by the people who have maybe sat in your seat prior to you and the people who are above y'all, right? These are state problems that we need to start figuring out how to intervene at a level that Councilman Cooper was talking about, where we can prevent from even happening. And though I agree with Councilman Cooper on that issue, I do not also agree with working with the police with those issues. Because like Aurelius just stated, the police perpetrate those problems. People who are dealing with these things are not getting help by police officers. People who need behavioral health, when they go see a jail, right, connected, I saw a connecting piece, right? When they go to try to get behavioral health, they're not gonna feel like they're safe. They're not gonna feel like they're gonna get the help that they need. They're going to struggle, and they're going to continue in this path, this cycle, this circle of being hurt, perpetrated, killed, and so on and so forth that we've already seen in this jail that we have currently. So I also think that you should move to deny, and that this jail should not go where it's supposed to, where y'all want it to go now. Thank you.
Thank you. Nadine Gallagher, followed by Gina Standridge.
Hello. My name is Nadine Gallagher. I live at 3917 Southeast 48th Street in Oklahoma City. I am a teacher. I have been a teacher for 24 years. Teachers are expected to do many things that no one will ever ask you to do at your job, such as jump in front of a bullet to save your child, to try to stop a wall from falling on your child when there's a tornado. And I imagine if you work at Crooked Oak, where I work, to stand in front of them when someone who just happened to walk out of the jail or the behavioral health center manages to find themselves on my campus, where I work, where my students go to school. We are an open campus, meaning when my students leave the middle school to go to the library, they leave the building. When they go to lunch, they leave the building. When they go to gym, they leave the buildings. Children walk around our campus all day. And in fact, our sports facility, students go there all day on buses to practice softball and football and soccer. And that facility is 1,200 feet from this site. That is unacceptable. Also, I didn't know that we were allowed to riot, and I didn't know that they wanted us to protest, but I'd be more than happy to organize a protest for this weekend if anyone would like to join me. I'm sorry, I'm just furious that somebody is going to put my kids at risk because the county failed in their duty to find a reasonable place. I have something that I found. The ACLU posted over a year ago that it is expressly prohibited by the Department of the Treasury to use ARPA funds for jails and prisons. That localities receiving ARPA funds, that they may not use those funds to build or expand jails, prisons, or other detention facilities, and that there will be consequences for doing so. And when you say that you're going to use the mental health facility as a minimum secure, I don't even know what that means. You're going to lock people up in a mental health facility as extortion so they don't go to prison? I don't know what that looks like, but that sounds like extortion. This is a mistake. This is a mistake across the board. And lastly, the Crooked Oak School Board has not approved any land swap.
30 seconds.
I
remaining.
just asked one of our school board members. They've never even been approached. So I don't know what anybody's talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. By the way, I've spoken at Nadine's civics class, so I would say, just to tell you, the protest he's referring to is a legal term of art, and it references people within 350 feet filing a formal document. That's what that is. Still protest right, sure. Gina Standridge, followed by Kenny Woodward.
Hi, my name is Gina Standridge. I represent Ward 3 for the Middale School System. I live in this area. I have adamantly opposed this since August. I have been to every meeting. I have seen stuff that I cannot believe goes on. But number one, They were presenting the criteria to you guys and how Grand met that criteria. Nowhere on that criteria does it talk about the neighborhoods, the schools, the resources that are needed in that area. You know, they have left out some very viable information, what it's going to do to that current neighborhoods, Crooked Oak and Dale City. So I think the criteria should have been adjusted. And I want you to know that Grand was taken off the list by all three commissioners 3 different times because it wasn't a great site. So I want you to also know we have 10 schools within 2 or 3 minutes of that jail location. 10 schools. We have 5 in Middale. We have 2 other private schools. Crooked Oak has 3 on their campus. So it's just not a good area. Most importantly, what I want you to think about is what the people have said all along. They do not want it there. Most people want it kept where it's at, and I do not believe for 1 minute they will get $1 more out of people after they've heard how their money is being misused. You know, I hear that it is the best location, but if you have sat in all of those meetings all along, you would see it's not the best location. These commissioners have never been a cohesive unit. It is not anything that it is the best. It is because they're out of time and they have wasted time, and now they've got to pick a location, and it just happens it is Grand. You know, I hear everybody say, well, all of these things have thrived around the current jail location. Look at the amount of money that has been poured into that area.
30 seconds
remaining. Look at the socioeconomic status to what is downtown that is being built compared to my neighborhood on 15th and Bryant. Quite a big difference, quite a big difference. Please do not build this on the backs of kids.
Thank you. Kenny Woodward, followed by Jess Eddy.
Right on. My name's Kenny Woodward from Dell City, and I had a big speech planned out, but it just keeps changing. I'd like to address what I heard from these gentlemen right here. I heard criteria for the site, but I did not hear one of those criteria as being safety. Can you read those back? Was any of those safety, community safety? No? It's cheap. It's easy. Let me tell you something. If you want a top 10 city, nothing good is cheap or easy. And if there's eminent domain, if you have to go back to Oklahoma City, because you're close to a school, how close are you to the school? I was going to say, Crooked Oats is just right there. Right there. And if I wasn't an upstanding citizen of this community, let me tell you, when I escape from your jail, which I will, you are not going to catch me. Put that map back up here. Do you know what you're looking at? That golf course has got creeks all through it. You can get to truck stops, you can get to neighborhoods, you can get to school. God forbid these people. I don't know what's wrong with people, but if they were to hurt people, kids at Crooked Oats, what are you going to do? How is that going to lay on your conscience? I implore you to rethink this. Look at the surrounding areas and talk to a military person or the police chief and ask him how easy would it be to escape from this place and get away? Because I'm saying 30 minutes. 40 minute top. If you ain't got me, I'm out of the state. But lucky for you, I'm an upstanding citizen of the community. Thank you.
Jess Eddy, followed by Mark Falk.
Excuse me, Jess Eddy, 419 West Hill. Good afternoon. It is afternoon. Thank you all for your patience in hearing this matter out. For those of us who've been involved at the jail discussion at the county level, it's been a long and difficult process. For 2 years now, we have been asking for good process, good policy in this, and we just haven't gotten it. I'm quite resentful that at this time, because of the negligence and dereliction of duty of the county, you and we are all now faced with a bad decision due to time. And I think it's disingenuous that situation that is trying to be created, because there's some realities that need to be addressed about the dollars and how they can be spent, when they can be spent, that aren't the reality they're presenting. And number one, this behavioral health care facility does not need to be attached to the jail. And it's not just because our community needs a behavioral health facility that people can go to who aren't incarcerated. We don't need to incentivize the criminal legal system and build up the criminal legal system as the primary resource or even a resource for mental health and behavioral health. The problem that this presentation is that it's entirely trying to assume that role in society, that the jail, arrest, incarceration is how we need to treat health problems, and that is not the direction we need to be going. These dollars, these ARPA dollars, don't have to be spent in conjunction with a jail. They shouldn't be spent in conjunction with a jail. They could be spent yesterday, tomorrow, 3-4 years ago when they were delivered. So the county has falsely put us in this position, and it should not be a consideration taken seriously as far as why the jail needs to be selected in this site. We need to put that facility in a downtown location, just with the jail, in close proximity to resources, in close proximity to law enforcement, for those good officers that will determine that they should be taken to health care as opposed to the jail, and make it central so that it's closest to as many officers as possible. Finally, the capital shortfall, as Councilman Stone mentioned, what's going to happen is that all the pretty things that they put in their presentation, mental health beds, treatment, access to services,
30 seconds
are going to
remaining.
be the first things that fly out the window when we don't have the dollars to build them, because really they just want to incarcerate people at the end of the day. And so we know that that's not going to happen. And there's no appetite in county voters to extend a sales tax to pay for this. And then finally, the downtown location could be done with elevators. That's an overstated issue. They do elevators across this country. It's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Falk, followed by Walter Jocks.
So I want to take this from a little different angle today. First of all, I want to echo what Councilman Stone said, and I'll quote County Commissioner Brian Mon, who said, "What we have enough money for now is to build a tree house," pretty much. That was during a county commissioners meeting. This would be what they have the money to build. The lower level is the rec yard, so y'all will appreciate that. And I know I'm making light of that, but this isn't funny. If any other business, this is what I want you to look at, if any other business came to you and said, "We have not passed a state health inspection in the last 4 years. We have failed 7 straight inspections. We have had," and that was a restaurant, would you allow them to expand and build a bigger restaurant? If they said, "We have had nearly 50 deaths in our establishment," and it was a bar wanting to build a bigger bar, would you allow that bar to build a bigger bar? If they said, "We have had multiple beatings, rapes, horrible conditions, and that our current facility actually has not been run properly, has had DOJ investigations, has had negative grand jury investigations against it," would you approve that? Would you approve any business that did that? I would say that you wouldn't, and in fact, you would shut that business down. This is what you're looking at, a jail that is making pie-in-the-sky promises, yet has not been able to run the current facility legally or constitutionally or humanely. It is very simple. They do not have the money to build a jail. They have not run the jail that they have now properly. And it is not the building. Walk through that facility. I was there a couple of weeks ago. Walk through the current jail. Look at how horribly it has been run.
30 seconds remaining.
Ask them about the number of people that have been released mistakenly. Ask them about the rapist who was allowed to leave after he was videotaped in that facility accosting and raping someone. I am telling you, this is an unsafe facility. And the one that they build next to you, it will be just as unsafe. Take the steps to reduce incarceration now. Build the facility as a mental health facility separately. Quit criminalizing mental health. Quit criminalizing poverty. Quit criminalizing drug and alcohol addiction. Do those things first, and then we'll talk about building a jail.
Walter Jacks, thank you.
Good
Followed
morning,
by
Mayor and
Steve Hunt.
Council. Walter Jacks, 4832 Kels Drive in Dell City. I have worked for over 20 years as a citizen advocate for a lot of issues facing Oklahoma City and Dell City as well. Notably, I work with the JFK neighborhood in Oklahoma City on a lot of social issues there. I've worked on the Modern Transit Project with Jeff Bezdek at the Mick Cornett administration to get the MAPS 3 streetcar incorporated or the streetcar incorporated into MAPS 3 and get MAPS 3 passed. I want to speak as an advocate for Dell City right now. If somebody could put the graphic back up with the map on the special purpose application, the satellite map. What we were looking at on that page was the jail site with, can somebody put that up, please? No, it's the map. No, the satellite image map that shows all of the houses. No, not that one, there's another one. This one, no, this one.
There it is.
Okay, if you look just to the east of that site, it's kind of been, downplayed. Look at all the houses to the east of Bryant. That is the border between Oklahoma City and Dell City. Dell City is a municipality of 22,000 people packed into less than 8 square miles. Okay? Within 1 mile of that proposed location, there are about 1,000 houses. That's 1/6 of Dell City's entire population. An analogy would be if Dallas could foist upon Oklahoma City a jail so big that suddenly overnight over 100,000 of your residents were in 1 mile of that jail. That would be a disaster for Oklahoma City, an absolute disaster. Dell City is a municipality that cannot absorb that economic impact, the dangers associated with it, the stigma. It cannot absorb that jail placement there. As a transit advocate, I have long been trying to get Dell City to get back into the Embark fold, to get back into the Regional Transportation Authority, the RTA fold. There's no reason why we shouldn't have a BRT that goes straight down Reno and then at Air Depot cuts south to Tinker.
30 seconds remaining.
That is a major arterial that we should be addressing in a fully fleshed out Regional Transportation Authority. And I think that Oklahoma City allowing that jail to go against Grand is going to poison the water between Dell City and Oklahoma City, even with Midwest City, to the point where we won't see them being players in the RTA for the next 30 years. I really implore you not to allow this jail to go there. Thank you very much for your time.
Steve Hunt, followed by Robert Kuhn.
I'm Steve Hunt. A couple weeks ago, when the decaying systems of big finance power manifested itself in Mayor Holt doing a Coyote Ugly dance on a bar in the private equity capital of the world, I couldn't help but think about the many lives, 46 or more, that have been lost since you all's guy, Clay Bennett and C-Jack, took over control of the jail. there's so many things going on right now with regards to big finance, private equity. Mr. Freeman, I spoke to you yesterday about Apollo Capital exploiting a couple of senior living facilities here in the city. And I'm going to be bringing Gretchen Morgensen, NBC News reporter and Pulitzer winner to talk about that and to look into the senior living facilities that are being exploited. I mention that now because this is a massive ecosystem of exploitive, extractive financialization that is responsible for this. You know, I brought up the many loans that Bennett and Friends have leveraged the team against, and it's amazing that no one has talked about that. I think you remember that his firm, Dorchester Capital, was trying to do an IPO, and it went through, and then right after that, he asked for the stadium, the new arena, which we don't really need, just because, like, there's something going on there. I don't think this is going to pass, and I want to thank everyone up on the council, Rep. Stone, Nice, Hammond, really, really appreciative of you. This looks like it's not going to pass, and I hope it does, and I'm going to give someone the rest of my time. Thanks, everybody.
Robert Kuhn, followed by Rick Cobb.
Greetings to the member of the City Council. My name is Robert Kuhn. I live on the corner of 21st and Bryant for 47 years. If you take 10 steps across Bryant, you go from Del City into Oklahoma City. I'm not opposed to a new jail. I'm opposed to the location of the proposed on East Grand Boulevard. There are 10 negatives I'm going to give you. I could list 2 or 3 times that, but I'm only going to try to limit my 10 negatives as to why I oppose this. Number 1, yes, safety concerns, especially for our children and older residents. You've mentioned there's crime in this area. I've lived there for 47 years, and I've called the police one time, and that was probably 20 years ago. I had a break-in. So, from what they're saying, you think this is a drug or a high crime infested area. It is not, as far as I'm concerned. Number 2, increased traffic. As there are no sidewalks on either side of Bryant. Personally, I have been hit, and when I walk, twice I felt the car going by my leg. Number 3, it would bring in more questionable people with their personal problems into the area. Number 4, rise in the bail bondsmen in that area. Number 5, and this is a big one, it would reduce the home value, and it would be sad for those people who lived in this area for many years in trying to sell their home. Number 6, increase drug activity. The current jail has a serious problem of keeping drugs out from entering the jail. This was posted in the Oklahoman on May 15th. This would just increase the possibility of more drugs in the Del City.
30 seconds remaining.
Sale price of the property is 4 times higher than the land value. But our commissioners must have more money than we know of. But guess what? With the new increase of the price of building a new jail, we need another $400 million. Conflict of interest, number 8, of one of our county commissioners. Number 9, county commissioners have not been transparent in providing documents, a requested study of a proposed
Mr.
jail
Kuhn, you've
site.
reached the end of your time. Thank you so much.
And
Rick Cobb will be followed by J.D. Hawk.
thank you.
Thank you.
I'll save you 3 minutes.
I'm sorry?
I'll pass. I'll save you 3 minutes.
Okay. J.D. Hawk, followed by Scott Tatum.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm J.D. Hawk. I'm the city manager for the city of Del City. I just wanted to thank you all for taking the time to let us all speak today. I'm coming to you not only as the city manager of Del City, but also as Oklahoma City's little brother. We need help. This has been a very interesting experience, to say the least. And the biggest thing I want to let you all know, I have gone to many meetings in Oklahoma City. I have been modeling and learning the things that you all have been doing. It's very, very interesting. And the most interesting thing I want to let you all know on the economic and community development impact for my town, the city of Del City's budget roughly equates to how much you all spend on walking trails in one fiscal year. When I heard that number, I was like, wow, that's a pretty different little significant side. We are working very diligently to bring up our town to do more than we already have. My community is incredible. I am very proud of everything that happens in the city of Del City. I am asking you all humbly to vote no on this special use permit because I feel that this will have a catastrophic impact on my city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Scott Tatum, followed by Pam Finch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Scott Tatum. I'm the Ward 4 councilman for Del City. As an aside, before I begin, about 6 months ago when all this mess hit Del City, I didn't have any gray hairs. Look at me today. But
Me too, me too.
On a serious note, a few people came to me and said, you live in Del City. This is going to be built in Oklahoma City. You won't be affected by that. And I was stunned by that remark. On the tragic morning of April 19th, 1995, I was working for the OSBI, and one of my good friends who worked for the DEA was in the Murrah building, and he was killed. I live in Del City. Why would that affect me if it's in Oklahoma City? The point is, anything that happens in your city can affect neighboring cities. The bombing affected not only Oklahoma City, it affected Del City, Midwest City, Norman, Moore. It affected Oklahoma. If you lived anywhere in America, it affected you. That was the effect of that. So this jail will affect Del City. There's no question about that. Absolutely no question. After the bombing, I saw Oklahoma City pull together, and I saw the compassion of Oklahoma City citizens towards their neighbors. It was a beautiful thing. I'm going to ask you today to look at Del City and show the same compassion to us that was shown after the bombing in Oklahoma City. Thank you very much for your consideration. I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Pam Finch, followed by Claudia Brown.
Good morning. Thank you, Councilman Todd Stone. I appreciate all your comments. I had to scratch off half of my comments because you covered them all. We have fought hard to keep this jail out of our city, or it's not in our city, but away from our city. I am a council person for just a few years. It's been new to me. I've fought hard for sidewalks for my seniors to walk through, for the parks. We've cleaned up our parks to let the children play. This is not about our area. Council for the Garretts wants you to think that this is a drug-ridden city. It is not. This is a city where there are hardworking people here. There are senior citizens. There are aging veterans. We've all bought our homes, and we want to stay in our homes for as long as we can. This type of situation is going to probably force us out. I want you to think about this. This is going to approximately affect 2,000 residential homes. It's within 1.2 miles or closer to 5 schools. It's within 1 mile of 3 parks. It's within a half a mile of 2 daycares. It's within 1,000 feet from 2 handicapped nursing homes. One of the planning commission men said they can just lock their doors. They can't lock their doors. By law, they cannot lock their doors. We're putting them at risk. I'm concerned about our children, our senior citizens, our aging veteran population. I'm concerned about our home valuation. All the research I have done says that any property within a 2-mile radius will be affected by a jail. It will impact our community's crime rate, our property values, quality of life, economy. If our property values decrease, property taxes decrease. Property taxes are used for our schools. Again, this will be another targeted hit on our children who are already struggling. There is not enough money to buy this land and build the jail. Again, commissioners will have to come back to us, all of us, the people, and ask us for more money.
30 seconds
All I'm
remaining.
asking right now is for you to decline this vote for this zoning request. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Claudia Brown, followed by Floyd Eason.
Good morning. If it's still morning, is it still, no, it's afternoon now? My Lord, did we miss lunch, Mayor? I'm sorry. Was that okay? Hello. Anyways, thank you so much, Claudia Brown, Dell City, 3340 Del Air Place. And everything has already been said, and I totally appreciate you, Councilman Stone, for all of those wonderful words, because all of those is everything that we would like to say. I am here just to remind you that Trosper Park was a gift given to the city in hopes for more recreation and parks and just, you know, what parks do for a community. It just gives you something to, it gives your family and your students and your kids something to do. And I think that we could definitely really look to Trosper Park and see what different things we could do besides a jail. And I do want to remind you that Del City is working very hard with parks and trails, walking trails, bike trails. And I do not want to give the perception that Box and their associates are saying that we are a drug-ridden, you know, terrible city, and you know, this jail being here is going to fix that problem, because it won't. What it seems like is you would just want to arrest my community and put them in that jail instead. So again, Del City is a wonderful, beautiful community. I'm so glad to represent Del City, and thank you again, Mr. Stone.
Thank you. Floyd Eason, followed by Christopher Johnston.
My name is Floyd Eason. I'm the mayor of Del City. Mayor Holt and council, thank you for giving us this time. We appreciate the opportunity to tell our side of the story. We've seen a very polished display telling about what wonderful entrance rooms and facilities they're trying to build there. That really doesn't have anything to do with the permit as to where it's related, where the building's built. One thing I haven't heard is the Oklahoma County Jail releases between 100 and 150 detainees every day. 100 to 150 every day. I heard someone say that only half of these people are high risk. What about that other half? That's still 50 to 75 people walking out of there every day. Now, the Planning Commission approved this application with the condition that they do not release prisoners at this facility. The Planning Commission was going to require them to take detainees downtown to be released. They can't really do that. The county has already said they will not comply with that. They can't afford to do that. They just can't afford it. So that is gone by the wayside. That means those 100 to 150 detainees are going to be released 800 feet from our neighborhood homes, which is right in the heart of Del City. Now, we don't need that kind of foot traffic through our neighborhoods, and I don't think anybody else would want that kind of foot traffic. On the way to this meeting today, one of the city staff, Kyle Gandy, made an analogy, and it just struck me as a great analogy that fits this situation. Oklahoma City has 620 square miles of territory, or 621, depending on which website you look at. Could be either way. Del City has less than 8 square miles. If you have a swimming pool and you drop a drop of food coloring in it, what kind of effect is that going to have? Not much. You'll never ever notice it. But if you have a glass of water and you drop a drop of food coloring in it, it makes a dramatic difference. The analogy applies here because while something like a jail wouldn't have such a large effect on 620 square miles, at less than 8 square miles, it has a tremendous effect.
30 seconds remaining.
We are very close to Tinker Air Force Base. A lot of our residents live and work at Tinker. And we just think this would be a huge detriment to future expansion, future projects, if we had this jail next to our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher Johnston, followed by Cynthia.
Christopher Johnston, 1714 Northeast 44th Street, 73111, Oklahoma City. I have something I was wanting to give you guys. It was signed, I was asked by Councilwoman Sarah Bana on the 8th day of February, just to let, got enough copies for everybody. I'll hand this to you all in just a second. It's a memorandum that the city of Midwest City supports all of the protesting neighboring cities and whatnot. I also wanted to submit for a matter of record, there's something that many people might not know, because I know when we talked about the news, there is a DOJ investigation, but there's another one that has not really been talked about much. A special litigation section of the DOJ into the Oklahoma County Detention Center investigation. They're investigating everybody who's been signing contracts, sending people to an unconstitutional jail. It's including this city. They're investigating every single bit of it, Washington, D.C. Okay, so I just want that to be aware, because people got tired and tired and tired of the blatantly obvious being told it's just a building. We have not passed a health inspection since 2019. I was under Sheriff P.D. Taylor. The previous one was in 2018. The ones that have failed after that, February 18th, 2020, February 5th, 2021, June 23rd, 2021, October 22nd, 2021, April 18th, 2022, October 12th, 2022, July 26, 2023, and judging by the time frame, we should be seeing our 8th failed one. That's 7 in a row. 7 in a row. 6 under the jail trust's complete control. Now, if you've ever read any of these inspections, the overwhelming majority of the issues are site checks, hygiene. The last time I checked, a building doesn't clean itself. A building doesn't do site checks. Everybody has, at least in the county clique, has said, you know what? It is the building. That is absolutely false. The National Institute of Corrections has been in there as well. Now, that's not to say it's an architectural masterpiece, by no stretch of the imagination. But it has been horribly ran. It's people that are the problem, okay? This is money. It's around $56, $55 a head to incarcerate somebody there. It's according to your contract, 54
30
and some
seconds
change.
remaining.
All of that to say is this is a cash grab. This is it. It's a hotel. Deny this, please. Let's start making some good decisions, because there have not been many good decisions pertaining to this issue. And again, a no vote. And then hopefully we could start to find another place for these people, because you know what? Our jail has not passed a health inspection yet. It's sad that the sheriff was much better than this.
Cynthia, is it Gancarelli? And feel free to pronounce that correctly, followed by Joyce Hopper.
Yes, Cynthia Ciancarelli, 3016 Neighbors Lane, Del City. If I could also get Exhibit D put up there, that would be great, thank you. I'm a Del City resident, and I have a business in Northwest Oklahoma City in Council Members Ward, Cooper's Ward. So I represent, I'm going to say, my clients, my colleagues, they all can't be here. They know I'm fighting a good fight. I just want to point out to your attention on this exhibit, the distance from the lobby front door to the medical clinic is approximately the same distance from the lobby's front door to the first houses of Epperly Heights, the Dell City neighborhood on Bryant that's been there for over 70 years. And if you transpose the property on Grand, you just flip it right on Grand, you're going to get about 200 houses from the actual footprint of that property. If you transpose it along Bryant, you're going to increase it another couple hundred houses. So with an average of 2.5 persons per household, that's upwards of 1,000 Dell City residents who live within the same exact footprint of the actual property of the proposed site. And that does not include businesses or churches or anything else. From property line to property line, the Reliant Center, Reliant Living Center, and the Little Harvard Learning Center are approximately the same distance from the front door of the jail to the central courtyard, which is that green area. So in along 22nd, so if you take and you flip it down, it encompasses about 8 holes of golf from the golf course. I believe the members of the Planning Commission hastily voted to pass this onto you guys because of their cowardice to do the hard work. If it wasn't for recommendations that the mayor pointed out, or I can't remember who pointed out, you all wouldn't even be we wouldn't be here right now because it would have gone somewhere in a different direction. So I just believe that they did that just because it's been, how much time has been wasted?
30 seconds remaining.
Okay, let's see now. The inmates will be out in their due time, but if you continue to consider a jail at East Grand Boulevard, our Dell City community will be paralyzed with fear. Do you know what the sentence for Dell City will be? The sentence of our neighborhoods, what the sentence of our children will be? Life. Life in prison without parole for generations, just for living in an area where a jail was chosen to be put. When you find yourself choosing money, deals, or power over your constituents, something is not right. Please listen to the voice of the people and do the hard work. Do the right thing. Please deny the special permit for this location. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Joyce Hopper, followed by Andy Fugate.
I have my time up there. I don't have my time up there. I like to see this start. Okay, thank you. My name is Joyce Hopper. I live in Todd Stone's Ward 4, and you didn't make me any prouder today. I mean, I just so proud of the comments that you made, and I really appreciate that. Technically, I live in Oklahoma City, but we're right next to Dell City. Some people put our address as Dell City. And I just wanted to say thank you for all your due diligence. Also, Joe Beth Hammond and Nikki Nice, if I pronounce your name right. I think that you do your due diligence and you researched. Maybe the other ones did also, I don't know, but I didn't hear yours. The scorecard created in the fall, that was really interesting because, this site was voted down 3 times, right? Voted down by the commissioners 3 times. So I don't understand about that, but okay. And then also about criminal reform, I liked your messages about that. And then I'm trying to keep this civil, but it was kind of an insulting comment. Bring order to our area. I don't think this is the way any of you council people in your wards would want to bring order by putting a jail site. I worked in the school system, so I appreciated her comments. And my husband attended Crooked Oak, and he was Larry. And he's always trying to find a way to help people work through things because he was assuming it was going to be voted. And he attended Crooked Oak and he attended Dell City. So he's both a roughneck and an eagle. And he went to East Oaks, which is now part of the Reliant Living Center. And then also you said this is special permit, and because I live with them, I kind of know a lot of stuff about stuff. They said it sounds heavy industrial. Okay, are you saying that people, whether detainees or people that have mental health, are they industrial? I mean, I don't know. I never thought of people as being industrial. And then also, I wrote down, these are all my comments, I wrote all over my thing. I'm just kind of trying to follow up some people that made comments. The biggest thing, I haven't heard, I don't know what the other councilmen are thinking. Thank you again for working through your lunch hour. And I'm just really begging you to vote no on this. I know we have to, probably, unfortunately, I guess they think we need, we need a jail, we need a good one. Probably one story is a good idea, but it was voted down 3 times by the county commissioners. 3 times. And then they brought it up 2 days before. I've been to a lot of these meetings, listening to people. I learn something new every day. So I'm more scared after your comments about this jail being located there.
30 seconds
It may
remaining.
expand into a state correctional facility with all the expansion you want. So please, I'm imploring you, thank you, Todd Stone, thank you for Joe Beth Hammond and Nikki Nice for making comments. The other people may have been keeping them inside. Vote no, okay? Just please, vote no on this.
Thank you. Andy Fugate?
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you for allowing me to speak. I apologize if I restate something. I just arrived from the Capitol. I understand there's been some discussion today about eminent domain, and I want to talk to you about that because this is eminent domain of the most insidious kind. This is economic eminent domain on 1,000 rooftops immediately across the street from the jail. Government is going to take away the value of that property just as surely as if they had stolen it, because that is what this is. It is stealing the small nest eggs of those who have worked for 30 years to build a nest egg to pass along to their kids. I want to talk to you also about circles. If we draw a 1-mile circle on the proposed jail location, what will you find? An ICF housing facility with special needs that can't lock its doors. Multiple parks in Del City, a major Oklahoma City park and golf course. Multiple daycares, multiple churches, 2 schools, 600 kids under the age of 10 who walk to school every day who are counting on a safe community. These kids want to play in the parks. They don't want to do that in the shadow of a jail, worried about those who were let out last night. If we expand the radius to 2 miles, we add in 4 more schools. We add in what is a crown jewel for Oklahoma City, the First American Center, and a coming crown jewel in the Oconee Resort. And just over 2 miles, the heart of Oklahoma's economy, Tinker Air Force Base, Boeing, Lockheed, Northrop Grumman. What won't you find? County courthouse, municipal courts, an Oklahoma City police station, employment ministry, services to prevent recidivism, bail bondsmen, public transportation for those who are let out. Those concentric circles create a target on a small community of hardworking, salt-of-the-earth folks. Mr. Mayor and members, this is real estate, and in real estate, location matters. The last thing we need to do is build a jail that will become the closest jail in the nation to a major military base the next time Congress decides it wants to close a base. And as we say at the Capitol, this is an easy no.
Okay, that concludes the residents who have speak. We have a verbal motion and a second on the table. We can do those now virtually.
I'm sorry, I do have to say something. Well, first I want to thank everyone who spoke. I really want to commend Councilman Stone for his remarks as well. But as we vote, I want you to know I wanted to show you a video, but in the interest of lunch and time, I'm not going to do that. But I want to challenge everyone as we leave here today, because I've actually heard some remarks that I find very upsetting, and they were very difficult to listen to. The people who we are incarcerating in our jails and in our prisons in Oklahoma are our people. They're our people. And we must not live our lives in fear of our people. Michael Myers is not getting released from the jail and coming into your neighborhood. And that's what I heard from some of you, and I think you have good hearts in your opposition. And understand, I'm against this. I actually don't even really support jails and prisons. Like, that's where I'm at, because I know that those front-end investments in mental health and teaching people how to as you see from people who in the Oklahoman talk about being released from our prison, saying that as they're being released, they're finally getting classes in finance, personal boundaries, coping with stress. Imagine if that had been taught to them in their schools like Nadine Gallagher teaches. When I was a middle school teacher, imagine if we taught people how to save money, how to pay bills. But we don't do that. That's mostly missing in our schools. I say that as a former middle school teacher at Jefferson Middle School, who, as graduation is happening right now, I saw several of my students sharing a photo of Jefferson Middle School where they said that it is an asylum, and that it's a hard knock life for them. We could, you all go Google this on your own, spare you the video, but the jail that voters have approved, if we're going to have one, they could build something based on the success that Norway has had with theirs. But while I appreciate the direction our designers are taking the jail, I think what's missing fundamentally is that from the start of the design, it must be focused if we're going to have a jail. And Steve Mason, you asked such a great question at the start of all the public comments. Then what should we do? The focus must be for anyone who enters Oklahoma's jails or prisons, if we have them, on rehabilitation and reintegration. That should be the focus. And that should be in the design. And Norway has figured out how to do that. And they have seen that when inside their facility, and by the way, we're talking like so much outdoor time that folk have, so much time. They are learning how to be good neighbors within that facility. Within the facility, you have people who have committed murders, people who have committed rapes, some of the most evil acts. In fact, the guy who went on a shooting spree in July of 2011, murdering the children of progressive politicians, that man has a 21-year sentence in their prisons. And he gets to experience that level of freedom within there too. So even someone who's done that sort of evil, two children, is not punished in the ways that I hear some people want people who have committed crimes to be punished. Punishment, if punishment were going to solve the problems of Oklahoma City, then we would be just utopia, wouldn't we? And we're not. And we must move from this punitive approach to addressing our problems to a preventative one where we invest in our kids and their civic knowledge, their financial literacy, their ability to get down payments for home ownership, their ability to take care of homes for themselves, and connecting them to mental health services. But this idea that you can't design a jail based on one of the most successful models in the world, that would be my challenge to you all going forward. So Steve, when you ask, what could we do? Everyone could Google Vox, how Norway designed a more, and I heard you use this word, Mark Falk, humane, which I'm not even sure you could do, because I have that worry about prisons and jails, but they've done it, and within those walls, they're not in there punishing them, they are connecting them to rehabilitative services because they believe in the basic human capacity and their potential that when they get back out, they can be neighbors again. And those of you worried about people doing harm to your children, I have really bad news. People with names like John Wayne Gacy were good middle-class neighbors in your neighborhood. Stop being afraid of poor people. Stop it. Quit it. Because those were my kids at Jefferson that I taught that qualify for free and reduced lunches that Nadine teaches. When we don't invest in them from K through 12, we cannot be surprised when they act out of desperation and commit crimes as adults. That is the truth. And I'm getting really tired of hearing that sort of lack of belief in our people. I believe in our people. I believe if we invest in them, they'll do well. I know they can. I lost a nephew in the Midwest City Jail, and he used to be incarcerated at the county jail. I don't want to lose any more of my family and our friends and our neighbors. So I'm challenging you all today. You could Google how Norway did it and design something literally at the design level. It's at the design level that you could design something humanely and get people back to good. And that's my challenge to the rest of you too. Stop thinking of people as criminals. Think of them as people who commit crimes and that they are capable of becoming fully their best human being again. I was not even going to raise any of this, but the county dropped the ball and brought it to city council. And since they brought it to city council, I'm happy to speak on it. But y'all, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be lecturing, but I mean, y'all, please stop referring to each other in these horrific names. Believe in each other. Believe what happens when you invest in each other.
Okay,
I have one comment, and then we can vote. I'm sorry. I just need to say this. To the people of Dell City and the Dell City community area, I have been able to meet and talk to throughout this process because I have shown up at these county commission meetings because of the potential for Northeast Oklahoma City to also be a potential site for this new place of detainment. I want to also say I am very intentional about what we have said when we march from Northeast Oklahoma City to downtown Oklahoma City. Keep the jail downtown. Keep the jail where it is. Keep it where it is. And there were many of us that walked, and some of them spoke today, because we understand the impacts of what resources look like, what resources don't look like. Because the communities that have been high on this list, that are listed high as potential sites, are the same communities that don't have the resources, are the same communities that don't have the investment that it needs in order to survive on their own, let alone putting these types of facilities in there, as we have heard before, for economic development. And I guess we can all be curious of what that looks like for some. And I think it's very important also because this jail was built in the year of 19 and opened in 1991, 1990, 1991, around that time too. Either way, it was before 1995, and I know the school that is built that we're referring to was not built before this jail. So it's hard to have those kind of conversations of all of the things that have grown because we have had economic development, but this jail sets precedents for all of those other things, fortunately and unfortunately. So I think it's very difficult to say we're comparing a jail to these locations, especially for these other potential sites that are just as close to schools and just as close to public facilities and just as close to residences within our city and our community as well. And I personally, it's unfortunate that all of Oakdale, Crooked Oak did not show up as far as being able to have that representation. So I'm very glad we had an educator to speak to what is happening. And it also speaks to why they're not here. Because now there's a potential place for them to move what they've been wanting all along, which is their football fields, their fields that they want for recreation. And this has caused some silence for some because of they're pretty much pigeonholed in some aspects in order to get what they need for the kids at the school. And that's very unfortunate. So I totally, freely support us saying no to this, but I hope we all support freely not putting it in other communities that will also impact just like it will impact this one. So I want to openly say I definitely oppose it being on Grand, but I also oppose it being in the other high locations, which would be Northeast Oklahoma City as well.
Okay, so let's bring up the motion virtually. So this is a motion to deny. So to clarify, a lot of people today just said they want you to vote no. In this context, they actually now mean they want you to vote yes. Deny, the motion to deny is obviously what has been put on the table. There were two options, and that is what Councilman Stone has moved. So I think everybody up here understands, but just wanted to make sure the audience did as well.
Mayor, what I don't understand is why my computer is not letting me vote.
Yeah, it's fine. So you still don't have it in front of you right now?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. So I can cast my votes. Can others cast their votes?
I would like to say yes
Correct.
to saying no.
Got it. All right. Cast your votes. He's not voting. Stonecipher's not here. Yes, correct. No. No. I am voted as I voted. All right, motion to deny passes 7-1. All right, now we're on item 11O. This is an ordinance on final hearing that was related to parks. This affects the Parks Commission. This was explained at a previous meeting. This is the third of 3 meetings where this ordinance change is being considered. We can take it up today, or if that's the council's desire. I think you're going to want to keep pressing at least for a couple minutes, and then we can maybe take a quick break.
On item O.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second? You could take your conversations out into the lobby, please. We're still conducting a meeting here. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes on item O. Passes 5-2. Now we're on item P, a resolution approving the rules, regulations, and policies of the Oklahoma City Park Commission. I think there's a presentation on this.
This item aligns with the ordinance. Scott, did you have anything else to add?
Good afternoon, Scott Fairman, Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation. This is really just to kind of clean up and align some things that the Park Board does for the Parks and Recreation Department, and specifically on related to providing input on infrastructure improvements.
So it aligns with the changes that were made in the ordinance, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, if there's no other questions, we could take a motion on item P. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes 7-1. Item Q is an ordinance on final hearing. This relates to model airplanes. This is the third of 3 meetings on this ordinance, proposed ordinance change. It was previously explained a couple of meetings ago. We could take it up if that is the council's desire today. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, now we're at, you may recall the introduction of all these fee changes at a previous meeting. Now we're going to consider their final adoption. It is going to be a long series of votes. It begins with 11R. I'll just say this once. This applies to all of these items through AA. These are all the third time that these fee changes, which are in ordinance, have been brought to the council. Of course, we can stop if anybody has any comments on them. but otherwise I'll sort of plow through. This first one, item R, relates to water resources. A motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item S relates to the general schedule of fees. Appears to be focused on animal welfare. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item T, again, the general schedule of fees appears to relate to building code issues. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item U, again in the general schedule of fees, but specifically related to electrical code and other similar topics. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item V, again in this general schedule of fees, this one focuses on abatement, weeds, so on, code violations. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item W, general schedule of fees as well, relates, looks like, sign code and related topics. Motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item X, general schedule of fees, but municipal courts. Yes.
Thanks, Mayor. I had requested at the previous council meeting that municipal courts just do like a brief compare-contrast presentation, please. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. LaShawn Thompson, Assistant City Manager and Court Administrator. Thank you, Councilperson Cooper, for the introduction. During our council briefings, this slide was shared, and basically, this is the results from the study. These are our municipal courts' proposed fees and increases. The first one is our court costs. Our current court cost is $83. The proposed study, fee study, came back with $189. By state statute, we cannot exceed $93, so that is our proposed recommendation. Court costs for a continuance is $15 currently. The fee study proposed going to increase into $96. We were not comfortable with accepting that recommendation, so we went to $30. Based on another continuance that we have in our court is already set at $30, so we just aligned ourselves with that one. The issuance of a warrant is currently $20. The fee study proposed that we would increase it to $71. And the fee study took into account all of staff's time, the processes and things of that nature, and so that's how they arrived at those different costs. So we proposed going to $50. The pre-sentence interview is $15, and the fee study proposed $150. And we accepted that fee study. And the reason why, there's a lot of information that goes into a pre-sentence report to help the courts to make a final ruling in the case, looking at the offender's history, substance abuse, medical, education, employment. And so it's a very detailed report, and so we did accept the proposed fee of $150. New court costs. Currently, right now, there is no court costs on parking citations at all, and so that is just a court, that is a court system in our process that we're not assessing any court costs at all. And so currently, right now, it's $0. They requested $46. We were not comfortable with that. We went to $5. There's another new court cost that we are proposing, and it's for handicap parking dismissals. Currently, right now, it's at 0. The fee study yield, $32. We're proposing to go to $30. And the first dismissal in a calendar year would be no charge, and then anything after that would be $30. So last year alone, we processed over 2,000 dismissals, and there was no court costs associated with that dismissal. So there's a lot of staff's time involved in that, and so that was something that we considered.
So and I'm glad you lingered on that one. So what you're saying is these are the labor costs of like the work that's going into the processing of these items.
That is correct. And all court costs and fees stay in municipal courts to cover the cost of prosecution. Currently, right now, we're at, as of May, we have collected about $3 million, but the cost of prosecution is about $3 million. The cost of prosecution is about $9 million. So this is just to try to recoup some of those personnel costs.
Thank you.
Thanks, LaShawn.
Thank you. Thank you, Zach.
Okay, so we're still on item X. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, item Y, again, relating to the general schedule of fees. This one specifically about planning issues. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now, item Z has a proposed amendment since its original introduction.
Yes, the staff identified a couple of errors that were in tables. It wasn't, it didn't affect what was presented to the council, but there were just some errors within the ordinance, so this amendment will just correct those errors.
Okay, so I guess we could take up the amendment found at Z1. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now we are on Z2 as amended. This is, again, amending the general schedule of fees related to fire prevention in this case. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And finally, double A. This relates to the general schedule of fees. Specifically, it appears alarms. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, now we're on AB. This is the third meeting on this topic. This is the proposal to hold an election to increase the Oklahoma City hotel tax. There's a couple of items here. One is the ordinance, and one will be the resolution calling the special election for August 27th. So first up is the ordinance. We do have some people who have signed up to speak. And so we have Herschel and Champ Patel. And you may speak separately, you may speak as a group, you signed up together, so.
Okay, hi everybody. We just wanted to come and show kind of our support for this. Thanks to you guys, I actually serve on the CVB board or commission, as you'd call it. I actually chair it currently. And we get to see basically all the different, events and things that people try to apply for to get sponsorship. And, we obviously try to sponsor as much as we possibly can to get the good events here. But I'm sure you guys have all seen the numbers. It's really hard to compete in scenarios where our overall budget is, you know, a third of some of these other cities like Fort Worth. And that's, you know, I look at Fort Worth a lot just because it's close. And people can kind of pick in between those, us and them. And so we just wanted to come and say that we fully support this, and we would really appreciate you guys' support as well. So.
Well, first of all, I live 44 years here. If you compare Tulsa versus Oklahoma City, we made, because of MAP 4, Thunder, we brought the city more livelihood, people enjoying, more people coming and see the city. The problem what we have, first of all, I own 50 Metro Hotel. Out of 50, 32 in Oklahoma City. I'm supporting for this hotel motel tax because if we don't market our city to the out of state, we're not going to compete, or people are not going to see what we have in Oklahoma City. Overall, if we don't spend money, or if we don't have enough budget for the CVB, they can't go and market. Means we have most hotel in Oklahoma City, still I'm supporting because more we market out of state, that's why people go to know where we are and what the city is. Thank you.
Thank you. Chef Andrew Black.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for the opportunity to speak on the importance of raising this tax on the hotel. I came here 2007, that's what brought me, hotel, Skirvin Hotel, and have been here ever since, and now I'm even going back to put a restaurant in the hotel. Now I get a chance to travel more often, and something that keep happening, we have a lot of people, and my friends out of state always said, well, what's in Oklahoma City? Don't really know what's there. And then I go down the road of trying to describe the beautiful people in Oklahoma City. So increasing off this tax and giving us that money where we can advertise and do more on our city as we grow to talk about what's really here and showcasing us is something I really support. I heard that we really support this because it's necessary as we grow. Right now we're trying to have people come here with publicists and everything, and that's the first question. What am I coming to? I haven't seen much. I don't know much. And I'm like, my God, it's such a beautiful state with so much going on. So how do we now get to the big platform? How do we get nationwide? And I know we're there already, but this will help us to even get there more. So I strongly support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Hopper?
Hey, first, I have Larry Hopper. I live in Ward 4, 6008 Southeast 56 Court. I have no qualms about the amount of the tax. I think that's fair. Basically, I'm a part of a group called the Oklahoma Alliance for Public Transportation, a 501c3, and we've talked about how since about $11.6 million, according to the newspapers, is what the new revenue would be, that some of that revenue really should be designated to help defray the cost of operating the downtown streetcar. According to some figures reported by Embark, it costs about $5.4 million to operate the downtown streetcar. So why not spend 10% of that or even 20% to help defray that cost? Because I think we can all kind of agree that most of the people riding that, they don't need it day to day. They kind of ride it for special events, tourism and visitor type events. A lot of them probably are visitors. And I say that because the operating costs for something called paratransit, those curb-to-curb vehicles that take people to and from, people in wheelchairs, take them to and from work and training and all that, the operational cost of that's like $4.7 million. Streetcar costs more than that. the operation of the fixed route bus system, about $23 million. So if you were, and I won't go into the details, although I could, if you were to look at basically the subsidy per rider, et cetera, it's so very high for streetcar that perhaps since streetcar is so important to the image of our city and for what visitors do, this tax should be hopefully used for part of that. I can't tell from the ballot language if the monies that are generated by this are basically, if you let the Convention and Visitors Bureau just budget it however they want, as long as they comply with the words of the ordinance, or if City Council could actually say, hey, that's great if this passes, but expect to spend $1.5 million a year from now on to help defray the cost of streetcar. So that's my basic comment. Because, part of the reason why I say that is that, and believe me, I love the streetcar project. Many of you know that in the past part of my career, really I was pretty involved in trying to help plan it. I see the benefits. But the bottom line is that if that money could be spent to help defray the cost of operating a streetcar, it could very well result in a boost to what can be spent to operate paratransit and the fixed route buses, which would have, I think, a much more helpful and positive impact on so many of our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Kayla Angeles?
Good afternoon. My name is Kayla Angeles, and I'm honored to speak before you today to share my journey through the hospitality industry and advocate for its growth within our city. 9 years ago, at the age of 18 and a freshman in college, I moved to this city from Norman, eager to carve out a path for myself. I embarked on what would become an enriching and transformative experience as a front desk agent at a local Hilton hotel. Little did I know this entry-level position would ignite a passion within me and pave the way for a rewarding career. Over the course of 6 years, I dedicated myself to learning the ins and outs of the hotel operations, delivering exceptional service to guests, honing my skills, and cultivating a deep understanding of the intricacies of the hospitality sector. In March of 2021, I was presented with the remarkable opportunity to join the team at the newly opened Omni Oklahoma City Hotel, initially as a front desk agent. My journey at Omni has been nothing short of transformative. I seized every opportunity for growth and advancement. Through dedication and hard work, I swiftly progressed to roles of increasing responsibility, from housekeeping coordinator to housekeeping manager, and now proudly serve as the assistant director of housekeeping. These roles have allowed me to witness firsthand the critical role that hotels play in our city's economy and community. My journey is a testament to the countless opportunities for career advancement and personal growth within the hotel industry. But beyond my individual story, the growth of the hotel sector in our city carries significant benefits for our community as a whole. As the hospitality sector flourishes, so too does our city. The growth of hotels and resorts brings with it a myriad of benefits, from increased tourism and revenue to job creation and economic stimulation. More hotels means more opportunities for employment, not only in entry-level positions, but also in leadership and management roles, as evidenced by my own trajectory. An increase in hotel tax would not only support the continued development and expansion of our city's hospitality infrastructure, but also generate revenue that can be reinvested into vital public services. Moreover, a thriving hotel industry serves as a catalyst for economic growth, attracting visitors from near and far, stimulating local businesses, and creating job opportunities for residents. It fosters a positive ripple effect that extends far beyond the confines of hotel walls, contributing to the overall prosperity and vitality of our city. In conclusion, as someone who has witnessed firsthand the transformative power of the hospitality industry, I urge you to consider the immense benefits of supporting its growth. It's not just about jobs, it's about careers, personal growth, and the potential for anyone, regardless of their starting point, to build a successful and fulfilling career. By doing so, we can create a brighter future for our community, one where opportunity abounds and prosperity thrives. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. That concludes the citizens who have signed up to speak. We're on item AB, the ordinance. If there's no comments or discussion, we can.
I just have a question. To the things that were brought up today and when we introduced this ordinance, is there a way for us to add that language into this ordinance before it is passed on to the vote of that public transportation and as far as the extended improvements for Oklahoma City Fairgrounds and the Convention Center for public transportation, including the streetcar, as well as other important, I'm not sure if we can just name them, but we should, districts that can also use this funding. Not, all of our districts that are included in our city process. So that's my question, if that is a possibility to do.
I don't know what you're asking. Are you asking like from a technical sense? Like, could you amend the ordinance today? Is that
Just curious, yes.
Kenny?
We could add some of the elements pretty easily. When you're talking about adding in a bunch of different districts, that would be more complicated. James had an amendment drawn up that he decided not to pursue that talked about some of the districts, but you could add, if you wanted to add.
The thing that comes to mind is if we do some amendment, we didn't give public notice of that for the agenda item.
Well, technically speaking, you can always amend on the floor.
Yes, our agenda instructions say that it can always be amended on the floor. And I think actually if you wanted to amend it, have an amendment, you would have to really defer it to the next council meeting. You actually have until June the 12th to notify the county election board of the election. So if you really wanted to propose some amendments, you would want to defer it for 2 weeks.
And I think another consideration in this too is the idea that the hoteliers are behind this to try to support promoting the city of Oklahoma City, promoting tourism in the city. And I think the question of like, if we add a lot of different things that we're going to defer this to, that it would take away from what's going into supporting that. And I think we could get opposition as a result of that. That right now they're supportive of moving forward because they feel like it lifts the entire city by doing this.
To the point of that, I'll say, that's fine. I think we all support tourism. We all want the tourism. But when we're being specific about certain places that we want to fund and ensure that we have more support for, that's where I think, to the point of even the public comment, when we have looking at public transportation, because that is what helps to fuel the tourism. That's going to help all of these things as we would like for them to work. And that can help us look at prioritizing other routes, specifically from the airport to downtown Oklahoma City, to create further tourism opportunities for our residents and for our communities. So that's what I'm personally thinking about. Again, when we're looking at that 6.7% and that 5% of what we are prioritizing in comparison to some of our other things that look at tourism.
I was kind of surprised myself when I first saw that. But I've got to tell you, like, in being on the VCB, like, Oklahoma City Fairgrounds is the main driver for Oklahoma City. I mean, by far. And really, I mean, just when you go by it every weekend and you see, I don't know, 100 horse trailers sitting there, you're like, really? Every weekend? Yeah, it's like every weekend. I mean, pretty close to it. So I get the driver on that one. Convention Center, yeah, I would kind of agree with that just because it brings in so many people from out of state to go to different centers there. I don't know. And they're drivers of tourism. And I understand like public transportation can be as well. There's a lot of things that could be. There's a lot of districts that could be and that do. But I think with those, I mean, you're trying to float all boats.
I think to that, I mean, the point that you're
to the point of, I think, the Fairgrounds and Convention Center, and generally why I haven't really had much problem with this, is that those expenditures are relying on the dollars. They're not relying on general fund dollars. They're relying on the funds that they're generating. And I think this president made a really great point about, and I've long wondered what we could be doing to offset specifically the cost of the streetcar, which generally, it is serving tourists. It's not serving residents. And I think that's a great point in the way that maybe that these other things that are really there to serve, infrastructure that is there to serve and is driving those things, that maybe there's an opportunity to have a conversation about that for the streetcar, if nothing else, to then it can help again, offset what the general fund is putting into that. So if nothing else, I would be interested in maybe, and also just this is sort of me just pondering, I think maybe with that you get a lot of support from the public for this, maybe more so just because of that, the perception. I think it is perception and reality that the streetcar is really not infrastructure that serves residents terribly well. And again, I say this as someone who lives a block from a stop, and actually I could tell you the last time I took it was Sunday, but before that, it's probably been 6 to 8 months to a year. And it's a very rare occurrence as a resident to utilize. So if nothing else, I'd be interested, if we have the time, to have that conversation with other CVB and hotelier folks to see if that is something that we could adjust. Because the general concept behind this tax and where it gets spent, I've generally been, it makes sense to me. So I think there's maybe an interesting conversation that I'd be interested in having at least.
Well, for me, really, the interest would be in maybe having a conversation about a separate transportation visitors tax, potentially. When I travel more than I'd like to sometimes for my other job, those hotel bills oftentimes have multiple line items on them. And if I recall correctly, when we went through the presentation for this, we're still below other cities of our size, so there might be a little wiggle room in there to start that discussion and see what we could do to maybe accomplish everything we're talking about, but as a separate transaction possibly. Is there any appetite for that to be a separate discussion rather than trying to tie it to this one today?
Yeah, and we've been in these discussions for some time, really. I know it's only been in front of the council for a few months, but I know that the people who spoke today and the people who've been deeply involved in this chamber, the hoteliers, they feel like they need the resources that are being made. I know they don't see that as viable to take away from what is being proposed here today, to divert to other things that they really think that will materially diminish the impact of this proposal and the ability to market the city. So what you just proposed is an interesting conversation. I would be, personally speaking, just for myself, I'm resistant to any amendments to this proposal.
And I would point out, too, that this thing says 75% of the tax revenues shall be expended for any projects, items, costs, or expenses that encourage, promote, or foster the convention and/or tourism visitor development of the city. So I agree with both of you. Those are good conversations to have. It's there. You know what I mean? Without amending the
I agree we should have these types of conversations like Barbara said, but the one thing I think is that the industry is supportive of this, the fairgrounds is supportive of this. I would like to move the ordinance forward along with the special election today. It's not something I want to continue at this time.
Well, and I'll just add, in the spirit of transparency, I think everything I just heard from Councilwoman Peck makes sense to me. I like that what I'm hearing from Stone and Councilwoman Nice and Hammond as well. And y'all know I made a case that our districts, we're about to have the Paseo Arts Festival. It's been going on for decades and it's successful. Pride downtown, Pride on 39th Street, you know, these are big deals. And I'll go this far about Pride. I was very upset on Instagram this weekend seeing folk from HBO, some drag queens, a show called We're Here. They were here in Oklahoma filming, and they had video of some Oklahomans being kind of awful. And they said, well, that was not a good welcome that we had in Oklahoma. Well, that same company reached out to me because they were going to film here in Oklahoma City. And I told them about all the good things we've been doing in terms of maps, better streets. I mean, I gave them a list, Mayor. I don't know if I ever told you this. I definitely talked to Councilman Carter and Peck about it because they actually wanted to reach out and talk to conservatives to get opposition. I was like, well, that's just not kind of been my experience with my two conservative friends. Like, they're not what you're looking for, right? And they chose to go to Tulsa instead of Oklahoma City in search of that conflict. And then there it was on Instagram. And that's the image that's out there of our state. And so I think we have a bit of a duty as a city of Oklahoma City to tell our story and the alternative story, the one that elected me as the first openly gay council member, the one that has two prides and a district that's being reinvested in. And so that's why when you heard me a few weeks ago when we introduced this ordinance, that's why I champion these sorts of promotional stuff of our districts, because I know what we're up against. I know what we're up against. So I just want to say that, but then at the other end of it, in terms of transparency, to the mayor and Craig's point, when I proposed identifying these districts in the way that we're hearing, there was just pushback from that industry. And I don't like that. That doesn't make me feel good. And I have said that in private, and I will say it in public. But the truth of it is that's how they feel, and that they have that concern. I don't agree with that concern, and I agree that the streetcar and the districts, you know how I feel, but I can't bend that industry towards supporting it. So I'm just telling you right now, I think any amendments to this are they're going to have pushback and opposition. Y'all seem to know that. I'm sorry, I don't know if that is what it is. And so now, I'm sorry, just one more thing, Craig. I'm so sorry, city manager.
No.
Just one more thing. But from that, I got a commitment from Zach that, in fact, not just a commitment, but an email to Amanda, the executive director in Paseo, saying we need to sit down as soon as the festival's over. We need to start getting some actual concrete data about the people who are visiting these districts, how much money they're spending in them, what their hotel. And so we're going to start doing that a bit more surgically and stuff. So I have that commitment, and he said I could hold him accountable should they not follow through with that. And so I will. But I appreciate that partnership. But unfortunately, that is the pushback.
I think we do have flexibility in this, and I think what Zach's talked about is some of the things that they do where they will promote a particular district, or they will promote streetcar, even with subsidy for people that are participating in one of the events, that they participate in that as well. That I think we can work with the CVB and with the hoteliers then in line with us with different things that we can do to help do this in the spirit still of promoting tourism within the city, and work with them with the language that we've got in the current ordinance as it stands right now.
Well, I just want to confirm that it's not just one district that we're going to do those same metrics for as we have this conversation, that the commitment is for all of these, at least up-and-coming districts, because there are plenty of other districts that, in my opinion, I know we can say fairgrounds, we can say convention center, but I would argue that a venture district still sees people annually from all over the globe, and that is a hidden treasure that I believe does not get enough attention and or support from what we have and can do better. That's my opinion. I know, you can see it by the people who show up, and from their metrics from the zoo, the metrics from Remington Park, the metrics from all of these places that are within this same adventure district that can tell you the same of the visitors who have visited within surrounding states and also from across the country and across the globe. So I would hope that we are looking at all of these districts and not just being specific to ones that that one or a council member has advocated for, no disrespect to you, but ensuring that all of these things, Boathouse District, all of that, these are important places for everybody. And I think, just that tourism aspect, it has to be not only written in a book that we have to show who's going where, but also for our residents in those same districts to feel that same energy as we put in these books and tell people about.
You'll be happy to know, and just like with Maps 4, when I did the streetscapes across the city, I literally, as the guide that I tried to revise the language, used the community, any district associated with the city of OKC. That's what I wanted, from Adventure District to Stockyards to you name it. So that's what I tried to go for, and that's the commitment I'm getting from you all that we'll be working with. So that's a really good point. But yeah, I love my Ward 2. Y'all know I'll go to bat for them. But when I see these districts across the city, I'm going to champion those as well.
Okay. Well, does anyone wish to make a motion?
I'll make a motion at this time as to 11AB for the approval of the ordinance.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And then companion measure, AC, is a resolution authorizing me to issue a special election proclamation, calling a special election to be held on August 27th, 2024. That is, of course, the day of the runoff election statewide. All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, well, thank you. Thank you all for staying as long as you did. Yeah. Okay. 11AD1 is the public hearing regarding the dilapidated structures here listed. Amy, has anyone signed up to speak under this public hearing?
No, they haven't.
So we will advance to the resolution declaring that the structures are dilapidated. That's at AD2. We can take a motion on that. A motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item AE was previously deferred. Item AF1 is the public hearing regarding unsecured structures here listed, except for those previously struck. Amy, has anyone signed up to speak?
No, they haven't.
So we'll advance to the resolution found at AF2 declaring that structures are unsecured. Got a motion and a second? Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 11AG1 is the public hearing regarding the abandoned buildings here listed, except for those previously struck. Amy, has anyone signed up to speak?
They have not.
So we will advance to the resolution found at AG2 declaring that the buildings are abandoned. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item AH was previously deferred. Item AI is a joint resolution with the Oklahoma City Water Utilities Trust authorizing the municipal councilor or designee, upon determining it is reasonable in the best interest of the city, to have settlement authority on claims of the city that do not exceed $40,000, et cetera. We have a brief presentation.
Yeah, so just real quickly on this one, back in December, the attorneys brought this forward to give us authorization on up to $40,000 on collections. It added in there to do claims as well. I'm sorry, Matt, I didn't see you out there. Do you want to cover this? You'll cover better than I will. Sorry about that. I didn't see you sitting there.
Counselor's office. Yes, essentially this just dials back our resolution authority back for the city and for Aquit to resolving collections matters under $40,000. Back in December, there was a resolution passed that also added in claims matters brought against the city in Aquit, which would have been a departure. We have not implemented that provision, and this is a step to correct that because it was in error.
Okay. Well, if there's no question or discussion, we can take up item AI. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, item AJ1 is a resolution authorizing the municipal councilor to confess judgment without admitting liability in the case of Big Top Entertainment, et cetera, v. City of OKC. Executive session is not requested. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, so on items AK and AL, due to the late hour, the city manager and I have discussed this. It is certainly negotiable, but I think it is our proposal to defer these items 1 week and tag them on to what is otherwise just a budget hearing next week. They are not voting items. They would just be incorporated into that council agenda next week, which would have otherwise just had budget presentations. If there's general acquiescence to that, we could take a motion. Can we take one motion to divert 2 items?
No, you really need.
Okay, we'll do it one at a time then, if that's okay. And that is somewhat dependent on 2 people thinking that's a good idea. All right. So this is to defer item AK 1 week. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now item AL. We have a motion and a second on a motion to defer this item 1 week. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, now we're at item AM, claims recommended for denial. Executive session is not requested. We can approve items A through D with one motion. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. AN 1 is claims recommended for approval. Executive session is not requested. We can approve A through D with one motion. I have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. This concludes voting. Ward 1, comments from council?
Not today.
Ward 3?
Just real quick, shout out and thank you to the VCAT officers and the street officers who assisted my son after the shooting in their apartment complex 2 weeks ago. Really appreciate the safety that brought to the community in a time of crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Ward 4? Ward 5? Ward 6?
Yes, I have 2 things. First, I'd just like to say thank you to all, both city and Metropolitan Library staff for the really amazing ribbon cutting that they held at the new Almonte Library at essentially Southwest 59th in May. Just a really great celebration last week. I have too many thoughts and words and feelings about it, but just really neat to see so many folks show up for it and really honestly probably were like, hey, can we get over with this ribbon cutting? I want to go use my library. So it's just really neat to see how many folks were there, like literally minute 1, both to go enjoy the sort of special programming that the library had been planned to host, but also just saw a lot of folks just like, oh, I'm picking up my holds and I'm checking out my books. So it's just really neat to see I think how appreciated that new building is and excited to see just a lot of the opportunities that it'll present for the residents in that area. And then I'd also like to, just for anyone who kind of last minute, but I am hosting a town hall tonight, panel discussion at the downtown library in the Friends Room on the 4th floor starting at 6 p.m. The sort of title for the town hall is Rethinking 911, First Response and Systems of Care. And we'll have panelists from the fire department to share about some of the new directions they're expanding and building out to respond to behavioral health crises, as well as opioid overdoses, and as well as representatives from the Department of Health from the state level, a local nonprofit, the school district, and then other city staff to, again, talk kind of about where we're moving with behavioral health response. And I just kind of want to highlight one of the folks that'll be speaking. I did not really think about how when we picked today, I did not realize we would be also having such an interesting presentation on sort of the envisioned behavioral care center through the county level. But one of the programs that'll be speaking, because I think there's obviously the conversation about how do we respond to behavioral health crises as a health issue, as public health, but also what resources do folks have that are community-based? And one of those, I've spoken about it before, is called the Intensive Outreach and Navigation Program. It's funded through the Department of Health. They target folks that are cycling through the crisis centers, often cycling through the jail as well, and engage those folks to stay within the community, help with a myriad of case management support. Again, it's intensive case management, very small caseloads, often people who have very severe mental illnesses that, like I mentioned before, can sometimes come with not recognizing or not being able to recognize when your symptoms are increasing and getting more acute. And I've long, like this program, I think last I heard, which has probably been about a year, is 80% reduction in recidivism back to the crisis centers. And so it's things like that can help reduce that recidivism back into our jail and help reduce those numbers. And so I hope anyone who's interested in coming and learning more about those, because I think there's the conversation about kind of what's happening, what's being built out, but still what we need to be doing to increase and expand capacity to get people into the appropriate care, into community-based care, and how effective it really is. So hope folks can make it out. Like I said, it starts at 6. We'll go till 7:30 and then have some resources available, different community health centers, other services available to share about the resources, as well as help answer questions for attendees. So hope you can make it.
Thank you. Ward 7.
Thank you. Are y'all going to record that or have a way? Unfortunately, no. Okay, she said unfortunately no. That's very interesting conversation to hear more about. I wanted to say a couple of things. As we look at just overall listening to our budget hearings and the things that have continued to take place, as a student at the University of Oklahoma, it's been unfortunate of some of the things that now we are seeing a decline in as far as our public institutions because of the bill that was signed into law by the governor pertaining to DEI and programs that advance gender or race. In the program that I work with, New Leadership, which Councilwoman Hammond was a faculty in residence last year, no longer can exist because of this program. And this program helps and assists women that want to be public servants or run for office. And for this program to exist, it truly means a lot for the young ladies as well as other women who are current elected officials throughout our state that have been through the program, that speaks to the success of what it means to have representation in front of you, to understand the capacity of where you can go. So for that particular program now no longer being able to be housed at the University of Oklahoma is a devastating blow for our young women, as well as other programs now that have also had to say they can no longer exist because of certain things that people want to prioritize instead of ensuring that all have equity and space to thrive. Speaking of that, I also wanted to openly condemn the new immigration bill that was also signed into law by our governor, because that not only impacts our brown communities, but it impacts all of our communities of color. Anyone that has some type of melanin within their skin, this impacts them in a way that people probably did not think that, oh, it's just going to impact one group. No, it impacts many more. So I'm fearful for my community and the fact of how this particular bill will be interpreted because of the municipalities, as far as those different jurisdictions of state troopers, our county, county sheriff's department. And I know openly that our police department has said that this is harmful to our city and our residents. But again, how people interpret this is still the unfortunate piece of how our communities may not be served in the way that they should. The last thing I want to say is there will be a meeting at Menace Lakeview tomorrow for the residents to hear more about what Parks Department has proposed for the upcoming budget. I will say it's very unfortunate that my residents had to call me to tell me about this meeting. I didn't hear about it, and I didn't hear about it from our staff or anyone to at least let me know that these things were being communicated, because my residents were calling me, asking me, did I know about it? And I had to tell them, no, I didn't know until we found out that it was happening. So now we know it's happening. And the side note of that is, as we talked about a community action program being housed in this new, proposed to be housed in this new facility, I received a phone call from the pastor of Avery Chapel the same afternoon of this presentation, that they were losing their Head Start program, and that numerous other Head Start programs within Oklahoma City will also be going away, and they are impacting the communities in which I serve, as well as our Southside communities, very impactfully, for them to no longer have a place for their kids to go to a Head Start program. So I hope we take into true consideration the fact of what we are proposing and what we are doing, and how this harms other residents within our community and our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ward 8.
Yes, Todd Pauley is in charge of intergovernmental relations for Boeing, and from time to time he'll send me a text on what's going on out at Boeing. And the one thing I've learned from those texts are that the Boeing employees really like to give back to our community. And he let me know that the employees, through their charitable trust, donated $100,000 to the American Red Cross for recovery and relief efforts following the recent tornadoes, which included meals, hygiene kits, and other supplies to impacted neighborhoods. So to the Boeing employees, thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes item 12, comments from council. Next, item 13, citizens to be heard. First up will be Jacqueline Shelton. You'll have 3 minutes. The city clerk will give you a 30-second warning if you'll please state your name and address. And
thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Jacqueline Shelton, Ward 5, 2617 Southwest 63rd Place. I want to say thank you to some of you up here on the Horseshoe. I see some of you actively fighting corruption in government, and I appreciate that so much. What you do does create change and affects our communities greatly, and there's so much work to be done, and I know you all see that, and I appreciate you all fighting the good fight. I think it's important for the citizens of Oklahoma City and the City Council to recognize that 64 million Oklahoman tax dollars are being funneled to a foreign military. I want the people to know that that amount of money would nearly entirely fund our entire Embark Transportation and or our Parks and Recreation Department, both of which suffer from underfunding. Oklahoma citizens in their entirety are being deprived of their hard-earned tax dollars. Oklahoma City has the largest population in the state, so that means you and I and all of our neighbors in our communities are being deprived of millions of our hard-earned tax dollars each year. Our community deserves to keep those hard-earned tax dollars. I urge the City Council to pass a ceasefire resolution in Palestine and to divest Oklahoma City tax dollars from the illegal Israeli occupation in order for our communities to retain their hard-earned tax dollars. I would also like to appreciate that Councilperson Cooper pointed out, I believe, the need for community walks and the effect that those have on the communities, and that there is a group in Oklahoma City called We the East Side that will be doing a community walk on June 22nd. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Next up, Christopher Johnson. Mr. Johnston, 3 minutes. Appreciate you staying.
Free Palestine. 1714 Northeast 44th Street, Oklahoma City, 73111. I mentioned briefly during the whole jail stuff about contracts, and I wanted to expand on that. What I meant by that, there's a little bit of background information. Jail Trust took over in June of 2020. They've been attached to it since 2019. In fact, it goes back to 2018 when people like Clay Bennett and Sue Ann Arnault were trying to handpick the trustees. And I've got those emails. People like that. So they've been involved for a while. June of 2020, we have in less than 4 years had 46 deaths. Okay, so from the year 2000 to 2019, the sheriff's office, right, lost 73 people. That should have been enough for a DOJ intervention, to be honest with you. They should have kicked down the doors right there, but they didn't. Even though I've been working with the feds for 2 years on this issue, I'm still greatly upset about the politics in Washington on this, right? So that's 73 in roughly 20 years. We have 46 in less than 4. By 2027, we will surpass 73. That is in 7 years, more people will be murdered due to negligence. Because again, it's not a building doesn't grow arms and start beating people over the head. It doesn't not clean, it doesn't not do site checks, it doesn't lock up women with 3 guys in a cell while they're brutally raped. This is the stuff I have to deal with when talking with these family members. So I'm sorry if you feel uncomfortable. All of this has been obtained by FOIA requests, public databases, Google reports, everything like that pertaining to the failed inspection reports. And every single detention center service agreement says that it is within state statutes that are compliant with the Constitution. There is no objective evidence that says that any of that building is within standards. So what does that mean when we say something is something and it is not? Now, I have to use the legal term potentially fraud because I have a good attorney. Potential fraud, okay? That is a potentially fraudulent contract. Now, it's not just the city that does this. The reason why I'm airing this out public is nothing gets done privately, right? City of Midwest City, Del City, various other entities have identical contracts. So my question is,
30 seconds, please.
That I understand, thank you. Since that this information, there is no evidence that states those claims, I want to know the democratic process for you guys signing those contracts. I know it has Mayor Holt's signature, but he's not a tyrant, so it's a democratic process. I want to know that process of how you guys go through that, and I want to know your rationale behind that. Because if we're talking about humane things, in those details, you guys are sending people to a jail that is unconstitutional. So I want to know what's the process. I demand that as a citizen. What's the process of it?
That's time, Mr. Johnston. Thank you for your comments. We are concluded with citizens to be heard. Item number 13 and item number 14 is adjournment, and we are adjourned.